Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better day. Just know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. Can mine, can mine. God can mine your energy. That's right. How can mine say? Only you can make the change. How can mine shine your energy? How can mine shine so bright from darkness to light. Hey, 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 hey. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy, and today I'm your host, DJ Genesis. And today we got like some updates about like what's been going on outside of the whole rigmarole of this trial. Things have not heated up. I mean, have not simmered down. Now you're seeing all of the residual effects of this whole trial kind of kicking in. So, the first thing that kind of happened was Jake Lang, the person who was kind of there in the beginning, with the white nationalist movement, who spoke to Jeff Metcalf, who is Austin Metcalf's father. He was there. He was calling him a coward for not stepping up and promoting the white, as a white man, for his son. So he ended up getting arrested for, I guess, threatening a juror. While I guess it was terroristic threats, and now he has $1 million bond, guys. So it's interesting because I think they all, him, Chud the Builder, and a few of them are very much, freedom of speech activists. And, well, I guess he said the wrong thing and got arrested. Let's see what that's about. But things have not simmered down. They're still heated up. It's really crazy. Let's go.
Sixth rioter who lives in Florida. We've also learned about the arrest of far-right influencer Jake Lang. The pardoned January 6th rioter who lives in Florida made multiple appearances outside the Karmelo Anthony trial this week. He's now in the Dallas County Jail on a $1 million bond and is facing charges of making terroristic threats. It's Lang's second arrest in North Texas this month.
So basically, as I said, he is arrested. He's on $1 million bond for making terroristic threats. And it's gotten pretty interesting. They are saying he's saying that people in the Dallas County courthouse that he got attacked. So he's saying that. So I guess I didn't know this. I didn't know that he was a J6er. So that's an interesting discovery. But he's a J6er, and what it says is that Jake Lang, January 6th political prisoner, has been attacked by a group of all black prison guards in the Dallas County Jail. You can literally see them manhandling him in his mugshot photo. They haven't given him a bed yet, and he slept on the concrete floor last night. The guards are retaliating against Jake because of the Karmelo Anthony conviction. And as you can see, here he is. And I guess they're trying to hold him up for like the picture. So they're trying to say that he is being manhandled. And then he has a give, send, go for his defense and trying to raise the $1 million. But what happens is that, of course, readers added context that they thought people might want to know. It says no news reports of Lang's arrest mention an attack by guards, manhandling, or retaliation. He was handcuffed by state troopers while boarding a plane. So he was trying to leave, and honey, they stopped him on the way to leaving Dallas, and he was then thereby arrested for terroristic threats, $1 million bond. So let's hear a little bit more about what's going on with this particular thing. Let's go.
The idiot who said this. This community does not teach its people to respect personal boundaries. It does not teach people to talk with respect. And that's why Austin Metcalf said, because of your failure as black parents, failures as black parents, failures as black parents, teaching the youth to kill. Look at that boy. Me and you, mutual combat. Me and you, mutual combat. What's up? Hey, can we get mutual combat? Can we get the
and hit that QR code so we can add 10 to your account right now. Free cash, Sadie Nash on a Wednesday, spins day. Free cash, Sadie Nash. Hit that QR code and tap that link in the description. If you haven't before, article exclusive, baby. Influencer Jake Lang arrested again in North Texas on terroristic threat charge, held on $1 million bond. This is hilarious. Look at how the cops are holding him up. I don't want my picture taken. Don't take the picture, please. The brief. Jake Lang was arrested in North Texas on a terroristic threat charge and is being held on $1 million bond, according to jail records. The arrest came hours after he was spotted outside the Collin County Courthouse during protests related to the Austin Metcalf case. This is Mark Lang's second arrest in North Texas in just over a week. Oh, he was out there being a little frisky little bitch, huh?
But let me tell you, like he had already gotten arrested in front of the Collin County Courthouse for disruption. So, and then he got arrested at Chud the Builder's thing. So all this, I think he might even still be on probation, y'all. So how is he able to move around and do all this chaotic stuff when he's on probation in one place, just got out of, how is he able to do all this moving around? Well, I can tell you why. He has a give, send, go. Let's see how much money he was able to raise on his give, send, go. Because I think he that's for his defense, right? So right now, he's at 35,000 US dollars. He's already raised to help him toward his bond. So his bond, I think he's trying to raise 100,000. He's pretty much, I would say, a third of the way there. So, everybody that was like, oh, well, he's got $1 million bond and this, that, the other, he ain't getting out, honey. He's already a third of the way there. He only got to raise about 60 more thousand. And it looks like he's getting there pretty quickly, So as much as people like to talk mess, like the one thing I do see is that they know how to raise money. Okay. So we can say whatever we want, but he's already raising the money, guys. So let's go.
Let's go, Texas. Jake Lang was arrested in North Texas for the second time this week on suspicion of making a terroristic threat, according to jail records. On suspicion, y'all wouldn't have arrested him for no reason. I don't even believe that. Come on now. Who are we lying to? Jake Lang arrested in North Texas on terroristic threat charge. What we know, 31-year-old Edward Jacob Lang, who goes by the name Jake Lang, was arrested after dining at a pizzeria Testa around 5 p.m. in the 8600 block of Church Street in Frisco, according to arrest documents. He was booked into the Dallas County Jail Tuesday and is being held on $1 million bond. Jail records list the charge as a terroristic threat involving allegations that the conduct disrupted or impaired public services and caused public fear. It may involve threats of serious bodily injury or attempts to influence government operations. Authorities have not released additional details about the circumstances surrounding the terroristic threat charge, including the specific nature of the alleged conduct. Lang spotted outside Karmelo Anthony trial before arrest. The other side, Fox 4 crews previously spotted Lang outside the Collin County Courthouse earlier that day, where protesters had gathered outside proceedings related to the Karmelo Anthony trial in connection with the death of Austin Metcalf. And you can see him, oh, look, he's so goddamn tough with a little bulletproof vest and pointing his finger and all that. Remember, he's a pardoned J6er. Yeah, the rioter, Jake Lang, arrested for criminal trespass and Frisco jail records show. Prior trespassing arrests involving Jake Lang in Frisco. Now, here's his first little mug shot. Local perspective. Lang was arrested June 2nd, 2026 on an active criminal trespass warrant stemming from an alleged incident in April 2025. According to an affidavit, investigators...
Wait, so how is he able to keep getting out if he's getting all these arrests in the same spot, in the same location? And then he just got out of being in jail for being at Chud the Builder's courthouse thing like this. But here's the thing: when you have a good audience that's willing to, to get you out, you're gonna get out. So that's what it is. So
Received an online tip about a video posted to X that appeared to show Lang outside. I don't know how to say this. Quiet Kendall Stadium in Frisco, the site of the fatal stabbing during a high school track meet on April 2nd, 2025. I thought this was America, bro. I thought this was America. In a video, Lane can be heard saying he broke into the stadium and needed to leave before police arrived. He also admitted to climbing a fence to enter the facility, according to the affidavit.
So here's the thing that's crazy is that he actually recorded himself breaking and entering. Trespassing, criminal trespassing. This is the thing. So we can't only talk about how black people do stuff. White people do stuff crazy too. He went trespass on that property. They recorded himself doing it, and then he went over to Frisco to be at the trial. And I guess he was at the county building or whatever on the 2nd of June when the trial first started, and got arrested for that April 2nd trespass. And so, after that, he started making terroristic threats at the end of the trial when Karmelo was getting sentenced against the jurors, saying something to the likes of like, I'm gonna get them if they don't. I don't know. I'm not gonna speculate. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna let the news tell you exactly what he said. But he said some terroristic threats against the jurors, and now he's back in jail, $1 million bond, and he has $35,000 of that already donated. So let's go.
Police said the warrant was related to an alleged trespassing incident at the George A. Purefoy Municipal Center in Frisco. Lang was booked into the Collin County Jail on June 2nd and was later released. But who is Jake Lang? Dig deeper. Lang, whose real legal name is Edward Jacob Lang, was charged earlier this year in Ramsey County, Minnesota, with first-degree property damage. Prosecutors allege that he damaged a prosecute ICE sculpture at the Minnesota State Capitol. If convicted, he faces up to 5 years in prison and a $10,000 fine. According to the criminal complaint advocacy group Common Defense, commissioned the sculpture for $6,250 and obtained a permit to display it on Capitol grounds. Ain't that funny? Lang was previously arrested in connection with January 6th.
But hold on, let's go back. So when he knocked over that statue, he said that he was doing his own freedom of speech demonstration. But those people had paid for that particular thing to be there. It said prosecute ICE. They paid for that to be there, $6,000. He kicks it down. Well, guess what? He got arrested for that as well. He got charged with that. So he's just building up cases, just case by case, just building up. So even if he gets out of this, he's got cases in different locations that they might call for him to be extradited to these different locations, because it looks like he is just wilding out between him and Chud. I don't know. I don't understand what they're doing. I think Chud the Builder was on his laptop inside the jail, still talking mess. Got on his little. They gave him a little iPad, and I guess he done said more stuff. The judge had to bring that out and said, "Okay, you're still talking mess." So it's like the people want to talk about black privilege, but I think that people just don't think that they got any repercussions, and they just get to just do whatever they want and then label it freedom of speech. But I think they're going to F around and find out. Let's go.
2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol. He was later convicted on multiple charges, including assaulting law enforcement officers, and served time in federal prison before receiving a presidential pardon, according to court records and prior reporting. Oh, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I know I told y'all in the beginning, I'm going to show y'all what he said that got his ass landed in jail. Because he's a J6er, which means you're actually a felon, but you got the Trump pardon, so there's that. Then he got arrested in Minnesota, right? So we heard all of that stuff, and then arrested already in goddamn Texas. So
Twice.
You're really a career criminal. You're what we in the nice space says this magic word, recidivism. But he admits to it. But just playing. Roll it.
Hey guys, it's Jake Lang here. I'm in the Dallas County Jail. They ripped me off the plane today. Dozens of officers treating me like El Chapo. They drove me through the tarmac. They've arrested me for a felony, what's called terroristic threat, simply because I said that if the jury did not find Karmelo Anthony guilty, that we the people will deal with justice. And this is a classic case of lawfare used to squash a First Amendment protester like myself We had a press conference, an LED truck, speaker system, everything for our 6:30 press conference event outside the Karmelo Anthony murder trial to celebrate justice being done in this case and call out the rest of the American people to stand with us before another Rita Zarewski and another Austin Metcalf happens to make real change.
You know what? The fact that he had all that going on, I believe that they arrested him because that was going to cause a bunch of nonsense. So on top of the fact that people were already up in arms and emotional about that, he has an LED truck with speakers and all the stuff that he was going to be driving out there celebrating the fact that that Karmelo Anthony just got 35 years. That would have caused a riot, guys. So even if so that might be, I think that they just did that probably to protect him and to protect what was about to go down once he did that. People probably like dropped the dime, like this is about to become something, because I mean, it is freedom of speech. If he said that, that's free. He could say whatever he wants to say. But I believe that what the reason why they probably arrested him was because of what he just said he was about to do. Like, could you imagine him pulling up with an LED truck with all that emotions going on? Could you imagine that? He said he had a speaker system. Watch this.
Simply because I said that if the jury did not find Karmelo Anthony guilty, that we the people will deal with justice. And this is a classic case of lawfare used to squash a First Amendment protester like myself. We had a press conference, an LED truck, speaker system, everything for our 6:30 press conference event outside the Karmelo Anthony murder trial to celebrate justice being done in this case and call out the rest of the American people to stand with us before another Rita Zarewski and another Austin Metcalf happens to make real change. And they shut down my voice. They arrested me. They're holding me here, probably on an exorbitant bond. I'm going to see the judge in the morning. So please, guys, go to my Gift and Go account, donate some money to help me get out of here. I'll be stuck here for months in solitary confinement if I don't make bond. This is two-tiered persecution against...
This call will be terminated in 2 minutes.
The white people of this world, we are under attack, and what they're doing to me, they want to do to all of us. I'm just at the forefront here. The lawfare and the weaponized DOJ and these deep state assets want to destroy us all. We cannot allow it to happen. If they do this to me, they can do it to you. Please, guys, stand up. We can't allow our good brothers like Judd, myself, and other great patriots to rot away in prison. Let's get me and my brothers home. God bless you guys. Thank you so much. I love you. And keep the faith. This fight is in the Lord's hands, and we will be victorious.
I love it how these cats like to say everybody plays victim, all this shit and everything like that. And it's fine. And to a certain degree, everybody does it. It would be remiss if I didn't. But I find it funny how we're supposed to believe in the justice system. Then they say what we're doing is messing with the justice system. But really, you couldn't accept the election results, right? You couldn't keep your ass from goddamn jumping over a fence, according to the police. How true that is, I don't know. But they said you did just like this. You told on yourself on that one. So majority of your crimes, if the Minnesota shit is filmed, I don't know if it is or isn't. But a lot of shit you do is filmed. So I'm probably going to bank on if he does do this, meaning go to trial and stuff, you're in a cool little county to do it in. They just found, what's his name? Goddamn Karmelo Anthony guilty of murder and shit like that. So we shall see. But he told on himself, bro. And not only did he tell on himself, he told in the worst way, in front of everybody. He didn't say, which he's trying to lie and say. No, bro. He said, if that doesn't happen, mind you, he has a history of when the government says something that he doesn't like, of going against it. So I find it fascinating. Because y'all crybabies can't have it your way all the time. Now you're sitting in jail with $1 million bond. Can you make bail? Can the people help you out? You sitting in the same predicament as your buddy Waddy Chuddy. Jay Lang, enjoy your stay in jail. goddamn criminal.
Right. So basically, you know, he then got himself up with $1 million bond similar to Chud. Now they're both trying to raise up enough money. And then now he's trying to say that people are attacking him in jail. Let's go.
Everybody, welcome. Hope you guys are doing good. Happy whatever day it is. Jasmine Crockett. Oh my gosh. Jasmine Crockett. Let's jump into Jasmine Crockett first. Oh Lord, Jasmine.
Sentenced to 30.
Oh Lord. Let's see what Jasmine got to say.
Rep Crockett, you might have seen that Karmelo Anthony was sentenced to 35 years. I want to get your reaction to the trial and the verdict.
My heart breaks for so many reasons. And so I was just speaking to a student that is shadowing me who wants to be a public defender. And so it takes me back to what actually made me decide to get into this legislative work in the first place, because I know that our systems are broken. And what we saw with that verdict is the evidence of a broken system. Now, listen, from everything that I understand, which I wasn't at.
Wait, before I let that play. So Mr. Joyce Rath says somehow 21 million extra people voted in the 2020 election that weren't in the 2024 election, and the U.S. Census put it at 21 million extra people as well. He says also the January 6th committee was entirely produced by Hollywood. There was a committee? I don't even know that. He said, let that sink in. I didn't know there was a committee, but that's interesting. Rick Child Association chased down 14-year-old black boy. I didn't know how you can chase someone and then call it self-defense only in South Carolina. Yeah, that sounded crazy too, I thought. And then he thought he was going to sit pretty in prison after those remarks when men do wrong things to children and women and they go to prison and what happens to them. Yes, the entire January 6th committee that charged all the people in January 6th was produced by Hollywood. It was made for TV reality. So that was supposed to be a TV show? I don't know. But let's hear what Jasmine Crockett has to say about the situation. I mean, and then hopefully he'll get to this whole attack in jail.
The trial, because obviously I got a day job. But it's my understanding that Karmelo ended up stabbing, puncturing. I don't know what this tool was that they talk about, knife, or some refer to it as a tool.
A knife.
He ended up hitting Austin one time, and it was about where he hit him. One time, 2 inches. This wasn't someone who said, hey, let me stab you 5, 6, 7 times. And so when you're looking at the punishment range, there's a reason in Texas that it goes from 5 to 99 or life, because you are looking at how intentional, like how bad was this? 35 years for a kid who had decided to go under a tent that was not his team's tent as it was raining, and simply didn't want to be put out in the rain by some random kid that he didn't know who was larger than him.
Oh my God.
Listen, a lot of people don't know what it is to live as a black person in this country, but just like you can give the benefit of the doubt to so many police officers when they go out and they shoot some black unarmed person, even though they are trained, the fact that there was little to no mercy seen or humanity seen when this black boy said that I was scared, or the fact that honestly anybody else who did something with such a small object, all I know is that it wasn't considered unlawful carrying of a weapon because the blade was not long enough, that they wouldn't even say, well, maybe this was more so something that looked like manslaughter.
Well, some people might say, why are you even bringing a knife like that to a track meet?
Yeah, people may say that, but walk a day in my shoes and then respond. Because we as black folks say, why is it that people need long armed guns when we are going out and having a First Amendment protest? But people say that's their right. They are allowed to do that. And again, it wasn't against the law for him to have it. It may have been prohibited by school rules, which he wasn't at his school at the time, but it definitely was not against the law.
So you think race played a role in the verdict?
Oh my God. I know Collin County. So absolutely. Collin County is right north of Dallas County. And I can tell you that I have had cases that I felt like played out differently because of the counties that they were in. And unfortunately, that was not the county for a black boy.
So if this were a white boy in his exact same position, you don't think he'd get a 35-year sentence?
I would guarantee you it wouldn't have happened. I don't even know if he would have been convicted Because if a white boy would have said that they were afraid of a black boy, something tells me that that jury that didn't have any black people on it, they would have believed him in his fear.
Well, there's so many different opinions on this case. I mean, even
That's Crockett. And they're saying also that Karmelo, well, one thing, the viral photo, we talked about this yesterday, this picture, which many in the chat told me that it was debunked. The father of Austin had also said this is not him, it's debunked. Austin Metcalf's father, Jeff, did not befriend Collins County District Attorney Greg Willis or Judge John Roach. There's a viral photo showing Jeff with 4 other people at a winter celebration, and folks on the internet are convinced that it's Willis and Judge Roach, including, if you guys remember, Charleston White. Charleston White yesterday was like, we knew it. This is the card. We were waiting. You think we didn't know about this? Now for the appeal, we're going to show them this picture, and we knew. You think we didn't know? You know, all that. He was talking a lot of mess yesterday, and he said this is their trump card. The Trump card, or whatever card. This is their secret that they had all along. Well, they're also saying that it's not.
Yeah, that's crazy because they're saying it's not even real. So I don't even know what to think about this. I think at this point, people are putting out false information, more and more fake information, fake news, as Trump would say. But let's continue.
It's not. Despite speculation to the contrary, TMZ can confirm there's a viral photo showing Jeff and 4 other people at the winter celebration. The internet is convinced it's them. The chatter has people pissed off because this would be a major conflict in the trial. However, sources connected to the prosecution say Jeff is not pictured with anyone related to the case. These are simply random folks that have nothing to do with the trial. And like I said yesterday, one of the things that I noticed with this case from the very beginning when I first started covering it back in the day is that there's just a lot of lies. It's just, and it's almost like, I think it's intentional.
I think it's intentional as well. I think that people are putting out fake stuff just to be able to have something to report. But let's get to the Jason Lang situation because that's what we're here for. Jake Lang, Jason. Why I say Jason? Let's go to Jake Lang because that's what we're talking about. Let's go.
It's crazy. We're going to talk more about that, but also Jake Lang. Oh my gosh. I don't know if you guys remember yesterday, I told you that Jake Lang was on the way to this protest, and I think it would have been chaos. Apparently, he was intercepted at the airport.
I think it would have been chaos too, and he was not in. I think that the interception. I don't know if that was the air. People are saying he said he was at the airport. I mean, he says he was at the airport. Some say he was getting something to eat. I don't know which part. See how all these conflicting stories happen with all this news and stuff. No one knows. Well, I don't know whether he was at the airport. He was sitting down eating. See how those stories just go all over the place. Let's go.
They're saying that he was arrested on Class 3 terrorism charge. A $1 million bail for saying something stupid. I think he said something about the Karmelo. There's more information. Despite Karmelo Anthony murdered Austin Metcalf, got $250,000 bail. Jake Lang imprisoned again. I just got an update from Jake Lang, who was arrested by dozens of DPS and Texas federal police officers who ripped him off the plane, handcuffed him, and drove him away while he was still on the tarmac. Damn. Class 3 terroristic threats.
I don't know how true that he was ripped off of a plane when he said that they had a whole LED celebration that they were about to go out there and do. So I don't think he was on a plane, guys. That is to sensationalize the story, make it seem like he got ripped off the plane while he was about to leave. And when in actuality, I think that he was probably a little bit closer because he was about to have this big LED celebration and really try to rub it in that, Karmelo Anthony got 35 years. That would have caused a bunch of hoopla and arguing. And I think that the people that, the police did the right thing by locking him up so that he couldn't be able to do that with so much tension going on in the air. That would have definitely caused a ruckus. Let's go.
for saying that if the jury didn't find Karmelo Anthony guilty, that Jake would take care of it himself. Oh, Lord. Yo, they say keep Jake. A lot of people don't like Jake. He's very controversial. If he would have went out there, it would have been chaos. Maybe some people want to see chaos. It would have been chaos. Texas State Police have yet to arrest any of Karmelo Anthony's supporters who had threatened to hang Jake from a tree if the sheriffs weren't there or push you into your grave. And they were looking for him. His friend was there. They were looking for Jake. They could not find him. Here's a post too where let me see. I guess I wonder if this is Mama or somebody called. Let's see. Who called it?
Hey guys, it's Jake Lang here.
Oh,
I'm
Jake.
in the Dallas County Jail. They ripped me off the plane today. Dozens of officers treating me like El Chapo. They drove me through the tarmac. They've arrested me for a felony, what's called terroristic threat, simply because I said that if the jury did not find Karmelo Anthony guilty, that we the people will deal with justice. And this is a classic case of lawfare used to squash a First Amendment protester like myself. We had a press conference, an LED truck, speaker system, everything for our 6:30 press conference event outside the Karmelo Anthony murder trial to celebrate justice being done in this case and call out the rest of the American people to stand with us before another Rita Zarewski and another Austin Metcalf happens to make real change. And they shut down my voice. They arrested me. They're holding me here, probably on an exorbitant bond. I'm going to see the judge.
See, he's lying. How can you be ripped off a plane if you're on an LED truck and they ripped you up off the? Which one did they rip you out of? You had a 6:30. I think that the thing was at 6 o'clock or something when they finally gave the sentencing. It was up at 6 something. So how did you teleport from in front of an LED truck having a press conference to all of a sudden now you teleport onto you're on an airplane on your way out the door? So once again, he's even telling a lie. No, you were out there, probably was getting something to eat, like it says on Twitter, and they took you a picture up from wherever you was eating at.
In the morning. So please, guys, go to my Gift and Go account, donate some money to help me get out of here. I'll be stuck here for months in solitary confinement if I don't make bond.
Oh my God.
This is two-tiered persecution against
This call will be terminated in 2 minutes.
the white people of this world. We are under attack, and what they're doing to me, they want to do to all of us. I'm just at the forefront here. The lawfare and the weaponized DOJ and these deep state assets want to destroy us all. We cannot allow it to happen. If they do this to me, they can do it to you. Please, guys, stand up. We can't allow our good brothers like Chud, myself, and other great patriots to rot away in prison. Let's get me and my brothers home. God bless you guys. Thank you so much. I love you. And keep the faith. This fight is in the Lord's hands, and we will be victorious.
Honey, what Lord? The Lord of Darkness? So time 18188 says we got a CIA agent by the name of David Rush who had a gold bars in his house and stealing money from the government. These people are going to do no time. Anthony gets 35 years with no criminal record. That's because he murdered someone. Time, okay. Turn it to find out that his parents spend the money. I don't even think they got access to that money. I think the Gives and Go account was taken down, and that money was governed by a lawyer, and they have to have a lawyer govern that money. They don't just get to take it off when at their will. That was not even, they weren't even the one who started that account. So people are just misinformed. Just like this guy is lying and saying that he got ripped off a plane when he said that in the next sentence that he had a LED truck and was doing a press conference. Which one is it? Were you doing a press conference or were you on a plane? So everybody's kind of lying as time goes on about stuff. Let's go.
So they're taking L's, man. It's not looking good. Belfast, by the way, is turning up. I saw someone in the chat tell me about that. We might do that next if we have some time. They said they're getting water hosed out there. Oh, shit. We might do that after talking a bit about Karmelo. Yeah, so Jake is in a precarious situation. I don't know how long they're going to hold him in there. They're saying this is his mugshot, okay? Mugshot for Jake. Looks like they're, got him around the neck.
Right, they're holding him up. Was he drunk? Like, they usually do that when you're drunk, All right, so Mr. Joyne says the police officers opened the barricades and they opened the doors to the Capitol building. There are 20,000 lib doors. It's on the Capitol websites, for that matter. Magnetically locked from the inside for security purposes since the Weather Underground bombed the Capitol building in the 70s that Obama pardoned. They didn't. It was locked. Latoya says. Okay, so it's a lot going on, with this J6er aspect too. Like, I'm not sure what to believe is true or whatever. Yeah, GoFundMe has a lot of restrictions. I don't think that those people, I don't think they got that. I think the lawyers might have gotten that to like represent them, but they were not able to like take that money and do as they very well please. That's why they took it down once the case was over, because that case, according to what they said, was for the pre-trial and to like pay for his defense. Once the defense was over with, they took the site down. So it wasn't about like just raise, and then people were beginning to pour more money into his appeal, giving more money to that thing, and then they took it down. So now they're working on trying to create a whole new account that has to be governed by a lawyer, which I don't understand why they just don't use their own website and instead of these other outside accounts. Like, they should just get a web developer to create their own account that goes into their thing and not use these third-party apps that get to determine what they get to do, whatever. But that's a whole nother story. It says, what happened to us when we cheat on our taxes, let alone stealing bars of gold from the government and money? How much the brother Jake is cool with the president. He probably had dinner with him. This thing with him being on the plane and being snatched up could have been staged like the assassin. No, he was never on a plane. See, the thing is, they want to make it more sensationalized. They want to sensationalize, oh yeah, I was on a plane. They ripped me up off the tarmac, but really he was out there with his LED truck about to do a press conference and start hollering and screaming at the people that were very distraught. And thank God there were not a lot of people that were protesting in the opposite, like really rubbing it in, because tensions were very high. Police were very successful in removing people up off the grounds, and it didn't turn into an entire riot like it could have been. So thank God for that. Let's go.
Got him in an uncompromising picture, position. And this post here, this was this afternoon. They're saying that Jake is being attacked by a group of black prison guards in the Dallas County Jail. He's being targeted. You can literally see them manhandling him in this photo, in this mugshot. They haven't given him a bed yet, and he slept on a concrete floor last night. The guards are retaliating against Jake because of Karmelo Anthony. So they're saying the black guards are beating him up, manhandling, roughing him up, no bed, sleeping on the floor. Damn.
So I never said it was self-defense or murder. I said it was manslaughter. So I don't know what you're getting at from. Once again, lies. Okay. But I think these are trolls. I see the W, all the extra crap behind your name. These are troll accounts, but shout out to the trolls. Let's go.
Oof. Not good, man. Not good. And I think he has a give, send, go. I don't know what the, he's reached 32K. Is this from the last stint that he got beat up? I don't know. One time they ran him off the streets. I don't know which one is this one.
Right. So what he's doing is using pictures from a previous incident to make it like somebody filmed him getting roughed up by police inside the jail. See how people are using things to sensationalize everything? These pictures are not even from him being in jail. These are stuff. I don't even know what these pictures are from. Right here. What are these pictures from? But anyways, let's go.
Is this from the last stint that he got beat up? I don't know. One time they ran him off the streets. I don't know which one is this one.
Let me tell you why I think that Jake Lanning's an agent. Right before he came to Frisco, he was already arrested in New Jersey for like speaking out at like some kind of a gay, like I think it was like the gay rights parade or something, that he came out there waving a flag and talking mess, and I think that he got arrested at that as well. How does he get out in time to make it to Frisco, get arrested once again? This is like his fourth arrest in the past like 3 months. How is he getting arrested like all these different times and nobody's holding him? I think that he is an agent provocateur, and that's why he keeps getting let out. Let's go.
Jake in the hospital. Damn. Yeah, this is from Jake Lang Hospital and Future Security. Oh yeah, this is from the last time. We will not be
Honey,
replaced
I
by
didn't just say I
Somalians.
was playing.
Man, they're taking L's. So
I was playing Jasmine Crockett. I wasn't the one who said that, guys. So stop it.
Myron Gaines doesn't believe that Karmelo Anthony's murder of Austin was premeditated.
What type of person is bringing a knife to a track meet? Why would you have that in your backpack? That should already be a clear-cut sign that this was something.
Some people don't believe it's premeditated, like he planned to kill somebody. I don't really know.
I don't think it was.
Why would he bring that there to that track? Was he planning on killing somebody there? Anybody that
or
tried
maybe
him?
he just
Some
had
sort
a
of premeditated attack. This is not a normal human to bring in a knife there in high school.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's weird. It's not illegal. Especially I think it was a 4-inch blade or 5-inch blade or below. It's not.
That's why it's good to have a good lawyer, because I think he should have took the stand and explained why did he have a knife in his bag. He probably could have explained it very well, but because he didn't have a good defense, he wasn't allowed to take the stand to speak up for himself, and that's why he's in prison for 35 years because he didn't. They convinced him not to take the stand because they were afraid that he would be able. I mean, but what more could have been? I mean, at this point, hindsight, hell, what did he have to lose?
Illegal, but yeah, definitely raises some pretty serious questions. It's like, why are you bringing a knife to a track meet?
Right.
And I can hear a little bit of echo on your end. I don't know if maybe your headphones are loud or I don't know what it is.
Yeah, this could be the.
This is the problem with Believe All Women. They tend to lie because a man hurt their feelings. So yeah, public intoxication. I guess he was lit. I guess he was getting lit. I'm not sure why, what the deal with that was. I think some people will go to these events just to go have fun.
Got arrested.
Now,
oh yeah,
Karmelo,
that's crazy. Hold on, the senator got arrested as well. What happened with that?
Well, oh, this guy too. I wanted to update you guys about this guy from yesterday. I don't know if you guys remember. This was the guy dressed up. Nobody really knew what was going on. So apparently he was arrested for.
So he was drunk. You see him smiling. You know when a person's drunk, they get to smiling in their mug shot and just wilding out. You know, Class C misdemeanor. You know, probably just drunk outside with his suit on, looking like a fool. It was a lot of foolishness. Listen, my people sometimes be looking like fools, doing the most. You know, people was praying, catching the Holy Ghost, all type of stuff, casting spells. None of that shit worked. I don't know why they was doing all that. It was a circus out there, you know. But it was embarrassing. I say that some of if I ever go, please don't be out there. If I ever have a situation where I'm in, don't be out there doing all that bullshit. That was somebody needed to go out there and be like, stop. There was so much bullshit going on. Like, I mean, now this guy gets arrested for a $500 bond for being public intox because he's out there doing whatever. Like, come on now.
Public intoxication. Oh no. Sheldon Daniels was booked on public intoxication. Screaming assault does not mean it happened. This is the problem with Believe All Women. They tend to lie because a man hurt their feelings. So yeah, public intoxication. I guess he was lit. I guess he was getting lit. I'm not sure why, what the deal with that was. I think some people will go to these events just to go have fun. Now, Carmelo Anthony's grandmother. I wasn't sure who this was yesterday, and many people mistook this for the mother. I was thinking, is that the mother? Is it not? I don't know. That's grandma. Okay, and honestly, I think they're loving the attention. That's what I think. I think they're loving their attention. They're driving on the luxury cars.
Okay, first of all, just because they have a luxury car does not mean that they want attention. This is the type of stuff, like people just make everything about that people are doing something, turn everything into like something salacious. Like, okay, they live in Frisco for fucking crying out loud. Frisco is a very well-to-do area. The family clearly has money to be able to live out in Frisco. So if they have a luxury car, what's the big fucking deal? I have a Lincoln. So if my my loved one goes into, and I'll drive off of my Lincoln, they're gonna be like, "Oh, she got her Lincoln car, luxury car." Come on, people are making everything into something.
Thieves court and luxury car. I think they love the attention. They're heroes. They're martyrs.
How could someone love the attention when their loved one is locked away for 35 years? A child that was 17 made him. I believe that he made a mistake. I don't think that he went there to purposely kill somebody. I think the tensions got high, and a mistake was made. Because if it wasn't a mistake, I think he would have stabbed him more than once. If he's being attacked, or something like that, they're saying. But I think that whole thing, something happened. He, whipped it out. Boom! Somebody got stabbed. I don't even think he even knew what he had done. I wouldn't necessarily say self-defense, but manslaughter. You meant to stab him. You definitely meant to stab because you said, "Hey, watch out." But then you didn't know how lethal that stab was going to end up. Who knows why he had the knife? Could have been for anything. Maybe he did have it to protect himself when he goes out or whatever. Maybe, whatever. He probably always had the knife on him wherever he goes, So let's go. And it was an Acura sedan. Come on now. Acuras are not that sweet. All an Acura is a souped up fucking Honda. They're making a big deal because she drove off in a souped up Honda Acura. I wonder what year it was. Was it a 2025 or 20? You know what I'm saying? Since they going into it was luxury.
I'm almost screaming. Racist! Next order video.
A white person to hit a black boy and hit a white boy.
That's it. Yeah.
Flavor it, baby.
They send a message. Yeah.
We love y'all.
It ain't the end of the road.
Flavor it.
This is uncle.
I mean, that's like a 2020 at best Acura that they like. She drove away in a luxury car. Honey, that is not like no up to date. Like, just because it's a Acura don't mean that it's just luxury. You know what I'm saying? Shut it. Stop it.
You did a good job. We seen everything. Bias, you got railroaded. I'm from Baton Rouge. I promise you. I know how it is. I moved out here from Baton Rouge. The same school.
We love y'all. We love y'all. We love y'all.
That's the family. I gotta put y'all on my seat. Hey, hold on. I got my Baton Rouge.
We love y'all.
My Baton Rouge people.
Free Karmelo. Free Karmelo. Free Karmelo.
You know what's so sad about this is a week from now, nobody's going to give a fuck about any of this. That's the sad part. And that Acura is not no super souped up luxury car.
Free OJ.
We love y'all. God got the last say so. God got the last say so. God got the last say so.
Okay. So that's grandma. Okay, screaming out racist bias after the verdict. After the verdict. Supposedly, too, I had heard that they were kind of screaming at the some people were screaming at the family, the Metcalfs. They're also calling for, I think, Hunter to be arrested. Oh, and this was crazy, too. So this happened today. And apparently this dude is out of Florida. And the internet is doing what they do. They're tracking this dude down. So this guy, Karmelo Anthony supporter, is going up to random white people and I guess slapping them or punching them.
Oh man.
And I saw a post somewhere. I don't know. I don't think I saved it, but he's on Facebook saying that he has to slap or punch 12 white people to make up for the 12 jurors.
Oh my God. See, this is the type of stupid shit that's going on. This is the type of stupid shit that's going on that I don't agree with. People are doing the most. Listen. Oh my God. I don't even want to see this because it's so ridiculous. I don't even want to see that. It's just, come on now. Let's see.
With an ankle monitor. Trying to behead him. Lost his left eye entirely. There's some very graphic pictures online. He was already hard of hearing.
Oh yeah, so there's a whole thing going on in Belfast and things like that. Let's kind of skip through all this. So what's his name? Dominic Miller. He got on the news and he was talking about that. I guess he was the family's representative. Let's hear what little bit he had to say. I think that his take is really interesting because I think that him being representing the family was kind of like the reason why he got as harsh a punishment as he did, to be quite honest. I think if the family would have not had him being the representative and kind of kept it quiet and let the legal process go, I think that this would have been a whole nother ball game. Let's go.
Under 5 inches is legal in the state of Texas. That stand your ground is legal here in the state of Texas. But when a black person try to use those same basic rights and laws, then we're not afforded those things. We're doing those things unjustifiably.
Well, that's not what a jury found today. Can you tell me, I know you know Karmelo Anthony well, why did he bring a knife to a track meet?
I can't comment on that. What I can do, I can't speak for Karmelo Anthony, but I can tell you that the state of Texas made it legal. So at the end of the day, if a person got a problem with it, they might need to call Governor Greg Abbott and tell him, why does this state have open carry laws? Why does it have brass knuckles and etc. Right?
Stabbing somebody in the heart, though, sir, is definitely not legal. He could have just turned around and walked out of that tent at any moment.
And based on what you have been told about the situation, I can see how you can take that fact. But the levels of injustice that was done in this trial is not how I was told, right? But at the end of the day, that's the reason why we're going to go through a full appeals process to ensure that the facts are being told correctly. But me and you are going to go back and forth.
No, that's fine. Tell me. I'm curious. Tell me. Tell me what you think happened.
What I think is the situation is that someone asked Karmelo Anthony to come over there. He knew an individual, but that's not being told, right? It's like, oh, a kid just randomly went under a tent, right? And he just sitting there. No one knows who he is. That's not the case, right? We know that Karmelo Anthony knew an individual. He knew a coach. He spoke about it. We also know that Frisco ISD should have counseled that. This wasn't just raining. We were under a tornado watch that day, right? And this should have been something that was actually...
Wait, you're telling me that because somebody invited him to that tent and there might have been a tornado warning, which happened all the time in Texas, that he...
Which that person that they're saying invited him under a tent, I don't know. I read that wasn't true, or they were kind of recanted, or they were... I don't know what happened. But I heard that there wasn't any evidence of that.
Was warranted in stabbing a 17-year-old kid in the chest, in the heart, and killing him?
That's not the case. But what you cannot do is put your hands on someone.
Well, you just told me that was the case.
No.
Is that the case? Because I want to know what the case is. I seriously do.
You asked me the first time, why was he under the tent or close or whatever it may be, right? The reality is that the state of Texas says that I don't have to, when I'm assaulted, I don't have to return the same level of force, correct? Isn't that the law?
Yeah, he was asked to leave that tent multiple times, and the prosecution called 21 witnesses. Hold on. The prosecution called 21 witnesses, and they all corroborated that. They all said that he was asked to leave the tent. Here's
a question. Say if it's raining and you take cover underneath, like, say, a bus stop in a certain area, like say it's Oak Cliff and you're from Plano, and a person that's well known in Oak Cliff comes and says, and this is his neighborhood and his bus. If they tell you, another adult same age as you says, get from underneath this bus stop, are you gonna just get from underneath the bus stop in the rain, or are you gonna kind of give a little pushback, like, no, I'm not gonna get underneath this bus stop. I'm gonna do this. It's raining. I mean, I don't know. That might be a bad example, but I'm just saying. I mean, I think that part of it was the age of the person, that he's the same age trying to tell him what to do. And I think that if he would have been under his own team tent or anybody else's team tent, then they would have told him to get up on, unless it's a coach. The biggest problem was that the coaches were not there. As I've told you before, you have one coach getting a potluck. You have another coach giving batons out to track. I don't even understand how they're giving out batons in this raining. They're not going to be able to run no relay when it's raining. There were no adults there. Some people are saying that Karmelo Anthony, he was suspended. He wasn't supposed to be at the track meet. Well, why would his own mother say, well, I should have been at the track meet with him? From what I understood is that the coach asked him to help the team out. Even though he couldn't be there, he said, okay, well, you can at least help the team out. And I think he also had an actual event that day as well, I think in the long jump. So it's a lot of conflicting. I don't know what's true and what's not. It's so many conflicting stories to really understand what was going on. Let's go.
No, there might have been.
I think even their own witness or something. I read somewhere like one of their own witnesses kind of screwed them over too, the defense's witness.
All didn't have
He was asked to leave the tent, so he could have left that tent at any time. He chose not to. That's why he's going to jail for 35 years.
All 21 of them did not have the same story. They did not have the same story. And that's why so many people outside of that courtroom is outraged right now. If you look at anything about this
they're gone today, though. They're not out there today. It's just clear. It's like an empty lot. Nick sort of posted, where's it at? Not a single, what did he say? Not a single supporter showed up today who's locked up in jail. And they're very saying they're recovering. They're recovering from the hangover. Sorry. It's just empty. Damn, crickets out there. What happened? Where'd everybody go?
Why would they be there? The case is over. I mean, what would they be there for? But there are people now that are doing press conferences. I think I'll show you that footage. But I think her name is Dr. James or something. She's out there discussing the thing, and now this is turning into. It's going to turn into. They're going to have a protest. I can already see it. I can smell it in the air. There will be a protest. The problem is he had a knife and used it. Honey, people keep repeating the same shit over and over again. Duh. You don't have to state the obvious. He had a knife he used. That is a problem. Definitely. I ran 12 years high school and college, and people sat where they won. I've never seen a fight over seating. Okay, so I mean, there's like a lot of stuff. Okay, so people want to say what they want to say. Let's go.
Yeah, this was a pretty good. Not this one here. This guy from Newsmax was kind of grilling him a bit. I was like, oh shit.
Case. All 21 of them.
I'm surprised he did the interview.
Okay, fine.
Have the same
Tell me about the defense witness, because the defense did not call Karmelo Anthony. If Karmelo Anthony truly thought he was innocent, he's 19 years old. He's not a kid. He's 19 years old. Why didn't he take the stand in his own defense? And why did the defense?
First of all, the lawyer is going to advise against it. And he's not old enough to know what's good for him or not. Just like the family wasn't even good enough to know if that was a good lawyer or not. They were going off of everybody else saying, you need to get you a white lawyer. I'm not sure if you guys saw the interview with the family where they were listening to other people telling them, well, you need to get you a white lawyer. That's another thing that was going on. People were like telling them different things, So, when the lawyer advises you to do something, you trust their judgment. You're not going to go against your lawyer that you have there to defend you. He acts like Karmelo Anthony could just, no, the lawyer's going to advise against it. So he got his advice from his lawyer and he didn't take the stand.
Defense is only witness, change their story on the witness stand.
That's what I was talking about. Yeah.
Karmelo Anthony testifying in his own trial is his own right? And that's a decision that Karmelo Anthony and his parents has to make, right? And that was a decision that was made through the legal process, right? And through this process, of course, there's going to have to be some major reviews, right? But as far as changing the witness changing what he changing his testimony, I'm trying to figure out how someone going to say he changed his testimony. Were you privy to his testimony prior to?
Well,
allegedly innocent said the kid K knew was an acquaintance through an old girlfriend. They dabbed and said, "Hey, that's all, no invitation."
Oh, he changed his testimony. He was during cross-examination. He said that there was not an altercation under the tent, and he didn't witness an altercation. So I don't think that was something the defense was planning on, and clearly it didn't play well for this 12-person jury. Let me just ask you: can a black person ever just be convicted of killing a white person in this country without it becoming like a major race issue? Like some of the comments that you made outside the courthouse today, I don't know why you do that. You stir things up, you make it about race, and that could lead to rioting and protests and looting tonight. The bottom line is more people could get hurt. More people could get hurt.
I'm glad that you will say that.
Now, I would say this, between him and Jason Lang, this guy Dominique and Jason Lang, they both tend to push the race really heavily. And why? You have him who has a thing about civil rights and race, and then you have Jake Lang, who his whole thing is about race. So, of course, that is going to be the hill they're going to stand on. Let's go.
Oh, why do we have to bring race in the situation? The reality is that if you know about this,
I didn't say we. I said you. Why do you? Why do you, Dominic? Not the black race.
No. Let me make this very clear. As the president of the largest human and civil rights organization in North Texas, what I witnessed on April 3rd was white people going on posts in social media calling Karmelo Anthony a thug, not a 4.0 GPA, not a person that
he's a convicted murderer tonight, so he's a thug.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. Oh shit. This guy is something. Oh wow.
On posts in social media calling Karmelo Anthony a thug, not a 4.0 GPA, not a person that
he's a convicted murderer tonight, so he's a thug.
Let me finish.
He's a thug. He's not a hero.
When you sit here and say a black man is bringing race, his race shouldn't have never been a factor. He shouldn't have never. Jake Lang. I don't see you calling out Jake Lang that said Karmelo Anthony should sit there and be hung from a tree and shot outside the Collin County Jail. I never brought race in.
So here's the other thing with that. So Dominique, I saw somewhere else too that people were speculating that he's the one that actually called. Jake Lang is like problematic. I think people like him, people hate him. Sometimes funny. I think sometimes he can be funny, but he's kind of like, I don't know, because there was a whole nother live stream I covered where he got rejected by like his own people too or something. Because they were saying he's like Jewish or something like that. Or I forgot the handsome guy. Forgot the handsome guy's name. It was kind of a funny conversation, but they kind of rejected him. And Jake got really pissed off and he almost like yelling and stuff. It was all this shit. But anyway, they're saying, let me show you this post. They're saying that they believe Dominique called law enforcement to have Jake Lang arrested. Let me see.
If you want to lead your community, call out your community for thuggish behavior. They're celebrating the thug first. He was a thug. He bullied this man was a Christian and a student scholar athlete. He was a student scholar athlete. Question: will you condemn the $600,000 that was raised to Karmelo Anthony's account? No. And you're not serious about being a Christian. Your community.
That's exactly right, Jake. All right, so reports are that Jake was actually arrested and he's being held on $1 million bond in Texas. And allegedly, this comes after the Karmelo Anthony family spokesman, Dominic Alexander,
there's a picture, I guess,
called law enforcement to have Jake arrested. this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. And what he's saying in this video is absolutely correct. And this is something that I have a huge problem with in this moment. We are now post-conviction, right? Or post-verdict.
Yeah.
He has been convicted of murder in the first degree. And yet there are still, GoFundMes for the Anthony family active and receiving donations.
Well, and there's people getting like death threats and stuff. So I don't know if Jake really said what they're saying he said. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised or not. But yesterday, the interception at the airport doesn't surprise me at all. That's a lot, though. The $1 million bond. Holy shit! What did he do? They're saying terroristic threats. Maybe they have him on video somewhere saying something. Maybe Dominique called it in, because it's interesting that Dominique in this interview references Jake.
Lane, I don't see you calling out Jake Lane that said Karmelo Anthony should sit there and be hung from a tree and shot outside the Collin County Jail. I never brought race into this situation.
But the whole thing for these people has been race the entire time from the very, very, very beginning. And to be fair, just social media, everybody has made it that. But these people, to sit there and say they haven't made it about race, the whole thing, everything is race for these people. And they treated, what's his name? Jeff Metcalf so nasty when he showed up. Maybe he shouldn't have showed up to that thing, that whatever that was. That press conference they had to shit on the victims and the deceased and the family,
I didn't bring race into the situation either. You brought race into this when you made those comments that we played at the beginning of the segment, making this about race.
We have to make sure that due process is done. All we want is our rights and be afforded the same basic rights that everyone is afforded to, sir. And I'm sorry if I gotta talk about my race to make sure that I can have the same afforded right that a white
Dominic, he had a fair trial, and you're certainly open. You can certainly
And they're still saying that it was an all-white trial. I mean, a jury. They're still saying it was an all-white jury when it wasn't. They're saying it was, I guess, 5 minorities. I guess they just weren't black, but there's other there's other people, not just black people, considered minority, I guess. And there was a post I saw yesterday where some lady was like, I'm sick of this crap with people saying it was an all-white jury. She said she sat there and she saw all of them. She looked at them in the face. I don't know. They probably don't want to come out and say their names. If I was, because I've seen people posting death threats, people getting threats and stuff. And people are very angry and upset.
Can appeal that. But the last time I checked, it's not legal for white people to stab black people in the state of Texas either.
Hey,
Dominic Alexander, appreciate you being here. We got to leave it there.
I mean, at least he took it, though. He took the debate. I wonder if they paid him to do this. He took the news thing. And so now, too, Sarah Fields is pointing this out, that Karmelo supporters have started another petition to target Hunter. We saw yesterday them saying that he should be arrested. I thought they even called for him to be killed or something from what I saw yesterday.
Oh my God.
Let me just take a look at the petition. 37 verified signatures. Not really going anywhere. Go through his house. All that stuff is still going on. I couldn't believe the title that I saw here. Fame-driven YouTuber arrested near Nancy Guthrie's home for allegedly pitching a pea tent. Detention complex on Monday. Okay. So crazy.
Yeah, so at the same time all this is happening in Belfast, there's a whole thing going on with their, a whole case out there. But let's, without further ado, so we talked about Jake Lang and his whole situation. We talked about like what people are saying post-trial. Dominique, I think Miller. Let's go into what Austin Metcalf's father had to say about this particular situation. Let's go.
Or would you put him in front of the TV and give him an Xbox and say, here, take care of yourself?
Hold on, sorry about that. Let me just go.
For the last. He was loved.
Raw. Gonna say anything? Gonna say anything?
He introduces you, you're gonna pop foot. I'll pop it here.
Sip, did you want to say anything?
Hello, I'm Tippy.
and the details of exactly what happened when you first got that phone call.
Okay.
Take it away.
All right. Thank you, Sarah. Thank everyone for joining tonight. Frequently. I'm frequently.
Are we echoing? Where are we at? Oh, I mean. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
All right, there we go. So, starting from the beginning, April 2nd, I received a phone call from Coach Jackson and said, Jeff, all I know is Austin has been stabbed. I asked him where. He said Kirkendall Stadium. I immediately hung up the phone and I made it there in about 4.5 minutes. When I arrived, it was pretty chaotic. A lot of police cars, a lot of people. I ran through probably 10 different officers who tried to stop me. When I did reach the track, the scene that I saw was my son, Austin, and they had a C machine on it, which actually it automatically pumps on your chest. But when I saw him, I knew he was gone. I prayed for a miracle. And as soon as that happened, I asked the ambulance, the EMTs, what hospital they were taking him to. And once they instructed me where they were going, I directed my attention to finding Hunter. And they said he was taken to the locker room in the field house. So I proceeded to go run over there. And I found Hunter, who was uncontrollably out of control, bawling, emotional wreck. So I have to try to gather him and maintain myself. And all we do is we pray. And I tell him, let's go. I'm taking you to the hospital. You're riding with me. And we get in the car and we're praying. Because I am praying for a miracle at this point, because I know my son was gone. But we get to the hospital. We get in the room. I have to make the phone call to his mom when we were driving to inform her to meet us at the hospital. By this time, the word's getting out to certain family members. Certain people are showing up at the hospital. Takes probably, I'd say, a good 10 minutes before the doctors come in. I knew what was fixing to be said. I knew by the look on their face that Austin had passed away. And they confirmed that. That very second, Hunter spun out of control. It took 5 officers to get him under control. We had to admit him and get him sedated. And then at that point, they wouldn't allow us to see our son because now it is a crime scene. So they have to process the body. So for over 2 hours, we can't even see Austin. And by this time, a huge crowd of students, parents, friends is overflowing this hospital. It is so touching and so moving, and we're all so distraught over the news of Austin's passing. That moment, I became totally numb and went into what I call survival function mode. I had to find and buy burial plots, funeral homes, arrangements, so many things that had to be done. And I needed to stay focused. That very first night, our church held an impromptu vigil. Our church holds 1,500 people at Hope Fellowship. It was overflowing. There was over 1,700 people that showed up that night. Very touching. an outpouring from the community, friends, family, even people who didn't know us showed up in support. And I spoke that night about who Austin was. He was a leader, on and off the field. He touched people's hearts in ways others couldn't. He was loved by so many, and so many loved him. I told a story that night, and I told the story when I was diagnosed with cancer in my cancer group. They asked us, define success. And it went around the room, and most people, some of the common stuff, oh, I'd like a big house and car and, a lake property or whatever. But when it came my turn, I had a different view. I said, my success will be judged by how many people show up at my funeral. And what do I mean by that? Well, when you go to a funeral, the people that attend are someone, hopefully, you have touched their life in a positive way. Because one thing about people, they don't remember how big your house was, what kind of car you drove, how big your bank account was, where you got your nails done. None of that matters. What matters is people always remember how you make them feel. They'll never forget how you make them feel. Because there's no U-Haul behind a Hershey. You ain't taking nothing with you. You come in with nothing, you go out with nothing. Except for what you leave behind. And what you leave behind is your legacy. Austin's legacy will live forever. I myself will make sure of it. Not only myself, but many others. His mother, his brother, family members, communities. We've set up a scholarship in his name at Memorial High School. For every year, there's going to be the Austin Metcalf Scholarship. We want to give back. We want to help people. That's who Austin was. Austin helped people up. He inspired. He promoted. He encouraged younger classmen, his teammates. He was always there, always believing in them. There were so many kids who came up and spoke that night about how Austin touched people's hearts. And that's what you leave is your legacy, your footprints on hearts. That's how people will be remembered. And for anyone who knew Austin, who loved Austin, that memory will be carried on in their hearts forever. I know I'll say his name from the highest mountaintops till the day I die. That was probably the very worst day of my life. When I was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer 10, 11 years ago, I thought I was going to die. They told me I had a 50-50 chance. I told God I can't die because I have 2 boys that need their father. I would go through cancer a million times again if I could spend 5 minutes with Austin. When you're faced with your own immortality, it reprioritizes your life. All of a sudden, things that were important don't matter. You really start to really find out what's important in life. It's the people who love you, the people you love, and those who support you when you're down. You should never, ever put someone down or look down upon someone unless you're giving your hand to help them up. And that's who Austin was. Austin was always the helping hand, the big brother, the protector, the leader. He led by example. And he was humble. He didn't even want to join National Honor Society even though he had a 4.0, even though he was extremely smart. I told him it looks good on your college scholarship application. All he thought about was football. But when he got up between those white lines, even I wouldn't want to go up against him. He turned into controlled rage and chaos. He was a disruptor on defense. He led that team by example. Friday Night Lights, long story short, Friday Night Lights was about Midland, Odessa, Permian. I'm from Louisville. We played Permian every year in the playoffs, semifinals. They beat us every time. Yes, I'm still upset. So, because now they got movies and shows made about them, but it is what it is. Football was a way for Austin to take out some of his frustrations, and he'd work in the weight room, and he'd go do drills by himself and run heels, and he really perfected his craft. He was an unbelievable player. And I know I sound biased because I'm his father, but his numbers don't lie. Go look him up. One game he had 24 tackles. I know. It's unbelievable. He also had interception, fumble recovery. The kid was amazing. And I know there's only a 1% chance of you ever actually making it to the NFL, but deep in my heart, I really thought that kid had a chance. I know for sure many colleges were already interested in him, D1, for the linebackers. And we were already talking about NIL money and how we're going to, make sure you're set for life. I had no idea his life was going to be so short. I'll never understand why. But you're supposed to trust God, and I do. I don't understand his plan, but I have to lean into him for understanding. And to be honest, I will not understand until I sit beside Austin and ask God, why did you have to take him so soon? Because I can't come up with the answer. No parent should ever have to bury their child. It's not a natural procession. And it's probably the worst pain you'll ever feel. I mean, even if you lost your parent, your spouse, because when I went to my grief group, that's pretty much everyone lost their spouse or something. And I'm the only one who lost a child. And it's very, very different. And I'm not minimizing a loss of other people. I'm saying it's a different type of loss that I pray to God no parent ever has to feel or experience. It will crush you. It will break you. And you will never be the same again. But I said the same thing to myself when I had cancer. Hey, man. Yeah, I've got, side effects, but I'm still alive. You learn to live what your new normal is. Well, I'm a piece of clay that God is molding into whatever I'm supposed to be molded into because I have no idea. I trust him. I'll follow it. And we'll see where it takes me. But at the end of the day, man, the man upstairs, he already knows where I'm going. I wish he'd give me a little bit more signs sometimes of where I am going because sometimes I feel lost. But that's when I lean into him even more because he will guide my path. Without God, I wouldn't be sitting here today. Without God, I wouldn't have been able to forgive. A lot of people ask me this question: how could you forgive so fast? I said, because that's what God has taught me. I lost my son. So did God. So me and him are standing toe to toe. You know how I feel? I know how you feel. It's not a good feeling. But he talked to me. And he knows my faith is strong. And that is the only reason I was able to survive since April 2nd. I'm a vessel. God will work through me. God works in mysterious ways. God puts people in your life for a reason, for a season, for a day, for a month, for a year, maybe forever. Be thankful. Be humble. Appreciate the small things. Those are the things that really matter. Doesn't matter how big your house is. Would you rather spend time with your kids? Maybe like take them hunting or fishing? Rather than have them, or would you put them in front of the TV and give them an Xbox and say, here, take care of yourself for the next 3 hours? One of the things about being a dad for me was the biggest blessing in my life. At age 40, I thought God was not going to produce me any children, so I was okay. I had to make peace with that. And then the next thing I know, boom, we're having twins. I'll never forget that day sitting there looking at the sonogram, and the doctor said, oh, there's two. And I went, two what? Is it okay? He's like, no, you're having two. You're having twins. And I was like, wow, okay. And the world stopped, and then it started spinning, and I'm sitting in the chair, and all I can think of is 2 cars, 2 colleges, 2 everything. And I don't know how I'm supposed to budget for this because it's not like I can return one. So people ask, how'd you do it? I said, I don't know. They didn't come with instructions. You never know how strong you are until you have to be. I would not believe that I am this strong if you're going to tell me that I could survive the death of my son. No. I will tell you I couldn't. By the grace of God and his help, I'm going to get through it. What I've had to endure since that day has really, really deeply affected the way I feel about society, the moral decay, the subcultures that create environments that are not good for our children. The things we promote, the music we listen to, the games we let them play. Are we really being the best parents we can be? What is it? What is being a parent? What, you're a financial provider? I pay the bills, I give them a roof, I give them food? No, bro. Anybody can do that. Anybody can be a dad. You want to be a father? That's a person who shows up. That's a person who's present. That's a person who participates. You show love. You still show discipline, but you show respect. You teach them humility. You teach them about God. I believe in my heart, everything starts at home with your parents and how you're raised. Those people are responsible for instilling values, morals, direction, guidance to give you a step up. Because I told my boys always, I want you both to be better than I ever was. Because I will tell you this, I am the only man on the planet that hopes you are going to be better than me. Everybody out in this world, it's a rough world. It's tough. It's a rat race. It's a cutthroat. It's try to get ahead, try to stay up with the Joneses. But you got to make sure you stay true to your beliefs. I always told them this also. You are free to make any choice you want in life, but you are not free from the consequences. Unfortunately, this just played out in real life. Because I told them, please don't make a choice that will affect your life forever. It could be a DUI, maybe an unexpected pregnancy, maybe you kill someone. I don't know, but none of them are going to end up in a good position. Impulse control is one of the things that today's youth has a problem with because the parents do not give them enough instruction, guidance, or whatever reason. Maybe they're not around. Maybe they don't have a father in the house. I don't know. But people said, oh, your kids are bullies. You come, you're divorced. There's a split parent home. I got news for you. We live 12 minutes apart. I saw my kids. I hunted with my kids. I fished with my kids. I never once abandoned them. Nothing. We co-parented the whole time. Megan is an excellent mother. She took care of those boys. I showed them the man side of life. She showed them the other side. We worked congruently together. Our boys were very well-rounded, very diversified. We don't see color. We're not racist. We have friends of all diversities, nationality, ethnicities. It doesn't matter. I'm like God. God doesn't see color. Justice doesn't see color. Hate doesn't see color. Love doesn't see color. If you put on those glasses and you see color as an individual, you need to look in the mirror. You need to reevaluate who you are. Do you contribute to society or are you a detriment? I'm surprised, honestly, by human race and mankind of the despicable, vile display of the most uncompassionate, unempathetic, uncaring, soulless individuals who choose to monetize the death of a dead child or speak very derogatory of him or make memes and talk all over the internet about my son while I'm under a gag order and can't respond. It's like being tied to a chair and someone is slapping your face back and forth and you can do nothing about it but take it. Well, that day is ended. The muzzle's off. And all you people, I'm telling you up front right now, this is a warning. Karma's a bitch. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. I don't have to come after you. It's going to take care of itself. People are going to see you for who you really are now. And if we want to talk individuals, we can, because I couldn't speak about this in court. But I can speak freely now because the gag order is lifted. Tiffany Billions, Wackadoo, McAdoo, whatever her last name is, I'm not going to throw insult at you because I'm not going to lower myself to your level. But you're despicable. Drew Anthony, Kayla, you're cowards. You wouldn't even show up for your son's sentencing or victim statement impact. You abandoned your kid. You left him there. I guess he's no more use to you because you can't get any more GoFundMe money or GoSendGo money. You are grifters. You should be ashamed of yourself. You raised that child. And I swear to God, CPS should come check on those other 3 that you still have. You never once admitted or took accountability. You tried to play victim. The real victim is the one who died, not the one who shoved a knife in his chest. I come to pray with you and show the world we can close the gap of this unbelievable racial divide. And what'd you do? You widen the gap even further. You hire a convicted baby-shaking felon who's only in it for the money, who gives you bad advice, kicks me out of a press conference. Oh, funny. I was somewhere I wasn't supposed to be, but I left when asked. I didn't stab anyone. And then you proceeded to gaslight me with your convicted felon, quote, advocate? Minister? Minister of what? Minister irrelevant? Minister of bullshit? How about minister fuck you? Y'all think I'm a saint? I'm no saint. I'm as human as you. I have emotions. Just because I'm a Christian doesn't mean I don't sin, because I don't walk on water and I don't turn into wine. And anybody else can, step up. Don't become kicking rocks in my backyard. Look in your own. The display of adults on the internet. If your children saw how you acted, would you be proud? Or is that what you teach them? Do you teach them that racism is okay? Do you teach them? Do you program your kids to hate, to kill? From day one, I said this was never about race. Please don't make it about race and don't politicize it. And what did you do? You chose both. The race card, black fatigue, it's real. I'm sorry. You have embarrassed your own culture and race. Don't get me wrong. We got a lot of people that embarrass the shit out of me too. But you guys, you got a patent on that shit. And the only people that's going to change it are you. Don't blame the white person because we can't change it. But you're going to blame the white person for every fucking thing else. We're the bad ones. We're the one that held you down. Guess what? You can do everything in America that I can do. Tell me one thing you can't do that I can't do. We all have equal rights. What's it say? All men are created equal. The First Amendment protects free speech. I'm for it. Free speech doesn't guarantee you safety.
And here's the thing. Listen, guys. Other channels are playing back to back Carmelo Anthony's family. I didn't see too many people playing his take. So I know it might be hard to listen to for some people, but I don't see anybody on YouTube really letting his take be heard. So that's why I'm allowing it here. So.
Perfect example. Charlie Kirk, a man who I admired, looked up to. You know why? Because he could fight with words and logic. He didn't need fists, guns, or knives. No. He sat down and talked with you. How do you solve any situation when there's a problem? Communication. Charlie was an expert. That's one person I admit I would not want to debate. He was a walking chat GPT. But he held strong on his faith. He never wavered. His convictions were solid. He was a good man. Taken too soon also. Some people called him racist. Some people call me racist. Does it make me racist? No. My grandfather once told me, what other people think of you, son, is none of your business. I didn't quite understand it then, but I understand it now. The only person that judges me is God. And God sees all.
Continue.
We're good? Where we leave off? Okay. So back to the parenting situation. When I was a kid, my generation was the best generation to ever grow up. We were the last generation that didn't have social media. We didn't have cell phones. And we didn't have internet. We actually had to talk to people, conversate. We actually wanted to go outside, not stay inside and play games. Our internet, that was this thing called a Britannica encyclopedia set that you did your homework out of. Or you could go down to the library and use the Dewey Decimal System to look up a book. None of you kids know that. You kids can't even read cursive nowadays, so they don't teach it. They took God out of school. Look what happened. Do you think it's a coincidence that society started to decay even faster when we start removing things that are actually good foundations? God, family, friends, job. That's my pecking order. May not be for everybody, but it's mine, and I own it. Now, some people will ask you, do you know Jeff Metcalf? Yeah. What do you think about him? He's an asshole. Or he's the greatest guy. He'll give you the shirt off his back.
I also wanted to say this. Okay, like I said, I mean, most black media is really focused on the Karmelo Anthony family and what their take is on it. I feel like it's important to let Jeff, as a person who's lost his son, tell his side. Now, he might say a little wild stuff coming up, but I think that some of these things are done out of anger, out of hurt, out of pain. I couldn't imagine to be in his shoes, you know, whether they feel like his son was a bully or not, to lose a child. That's why I'm allowing my platform to play this, you know, because it can't be just one-sided. Everybody just can't be all just only about like the parents of Karmelo. He lost his son too. He lost his son. You know, Karmelo, he's going to be going away, but he lost his son. So it's not just about one side. It's two sides to every story. So, and both parents are hurting. And I don't see a lot of black journalists really pushing and showing what the other side feels. Everyone wants to focus on race. And I'm like, you know what? No. We're going to let each person, each side, say their piece. Let's go.
So they both can be right. Because I give what you get. Or what you give, or to me, I'll give it back. So am I racist? Yeah, I'm racist against assholes. I don't like them. I could care less about the color of your skin. We all bleed the same color. The mental capacity of others sometimes astonishes me. At someone at a certain age, let's just say 40, 50, I would assume, and this is my fault for making assumptions, that you would have common sense, that you be intelligent. You could make a difference between right and wrong. Now, ain't got nothing to do with age, ain't got nothing to do with color. It's up to you, who you want to be. You chart your course. Guess what? It's not going to go the way you
I also want to play the full thing. Why? Because what people are doing is cutting it up and showing only certain parts of it, not everything he said. The ones that are playing it, they're just playing parts where he said they're clipping it up really crazy. So I'm gonna play the full thing, guys. So just bear with me. Let me just go ahead and just do this.
think. So. Promise. If there's a person who exists on this entire planet who's never had a problem, one, in their life, please step up. I want to meet you because I want to know how you did that. It's not possible. Life is not easy. God doesn't say that. God says there's going to be trials and tribulations. God says there's going to be people out there who will deceive you. People out there, I mean, if we want to go.
For the last time, and I already covered it earlier, it went to their legal defense. And once the legal defense was over with, Give, Send, Go stopped the fund, and there no longer is any fund. So it went to their legal defense. That's where it went. And clearly it didn't work. So whoever that lawyer is, shouts out to them. He's $600,000 richer. So let's go.
Back Old Testament, eye for an eye, Sodom and Gomorrah, turn to stone, man lays with a man, you die. I mean, this is all your personal choices. It's none of my business. I stay in my lane. Just don't come in my lane with your bullshit. I respect everyone until they disrespect me. I've been disrespected by so many people, so many times, so I've had to sit here and take it. I'm gonna tell you right now, Charleston White, you think you're funny? We'll see who's laughing. Drew Anthony, you're a pussy and a coward, and you raised one. Kayla, you drunk bitch. What'd you do to that boy to make him stab somebody? My God, what kind of mother are you? Hey, Kevin Hayes, you fucking liar. Day after it happened, how many lies did you sit and type up on your keyboard, you big keyboard warrior? You a big tough man. You still live in Baton Rouge? Remember you said you'd come to Frisco, Brody? You're supposed to find me. I told you we could sit down and talk. That's all you do. Talk, Mr. Squeaky Clean. You're the only one in your family without a damn record. I guess that's something to brag about in your culture. You people hang your hat on the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Let me make one up. Y'all can let me make something racist up so y'all can go viral. I got a new name for Mello, okay? Because he was such this little boy y'all were trying to portray. How about Watermelon Felon? How's that one strike you? I hope he enjoyed his first night in that cell last night, because he's gonna have many nights to think about what the fuck he did. I forgave him so I don't carry the hate and the anger. So I don't get ate up like cancer and kills you from the inside. It's like me drinking poison and hoping it kills you.
He said, let me make up something racist to say. There's not that he listen. He's speaking from a place of hurt. I don't believe that listen.
It doesn't work that way. You've got to let that stuff go or it will kill you. It will eat you up inside. So when people ask me, how can you forgive him? If I didn't, I would have wound up killing him and going to prison myself. That's how stupid people, when you get irrational, because you can't make a good decision if you're emotional. Emotion and intellect do not mix. If you're emotional, you can't come up with a logical solution. It doesn't work. You have to be level-headed. You have to be clear of mind. When you become emotional and you make decisions, things can go very wrong.
I just want to play the whole thing so that those people that's going to just clip that one part out and just say that, you want me to say something racist? Watermelon Felon. He gave a whole tirade before that where he tried to create solidarity. He tried to do this. People were going against him, this, that, the other, but he tried to make it not about race. He was trying to come with the family and work together to not make it about race. But because they had a person in between that was promoting his thing that's about civil rights and this, that, the other, the whatever company he has, then that's what turned into that. So he's upset about this. It's understandable. And the thing is, I think he don't understand is that sometimes the people, when this thing go on, they're surrounded by people that are putting bugs in each other's ear. And because of their own bias, they get these poor, this family to make fucked up ass decisions. I think there was there's a CBS interview, and I was going to play that one, but I think I might even want to bring that up sooner, where they actually said that they were delusional. They were delusional. They were getting cues from other people to how to go about this. So, and he says, do you want me to say something racist? I think he was being sarcastic. I don't think, but what people are going to do, they're going to cut that part and then Watermelon Felon. Okay, let's make that into a whole meme. That's what he said. And then people on one side, the white supremacists are going to be cheering him for saying that. The black people are going to jump into it. See, he said this, and see all this stuff. See, I wish that he probably wouldn't have said that, but it's okay. He's angry. He lost his son. It's all this background stuff going on. And so he's just like, he's going in on the people he finally could speak out. And you know what? It is what it is. I probably would have a hell of a lot more to say if it was my family.
And you better hope there's a way out for you. Because some situations, as we all know, they don't turn out well if you make the wrong choice. Or you could just be in the wrong place at the wrong time, in front of the wrong person. And I'm not just talking about Austin. Just go look, just visit Chicago for a weekend. How many shootings do they have? And they have gun laws. Woo-hoo. How's that working out for you guys? If you told me after 9/11 that New York would have a Muslim mayor and a sanctuary city, I would tell you you're crazy, because we were all gung-ho, USA, all the way, patriotic, love my country. And now look where we're at. How do we get there? Who's responsible for our youth? Who? They're the leaders of tomorrow. What are you doing to prepare them? How are you teaching them? What are you showing them? When you act out and your kids see you, they think that's an appropriate behavior. They assume it's okay because mommy and daddy do it. All you people out there, all your little bots, all your little phone calls, all your death threats, and who's that big fag dude from Arizona? Lady Gaga, Gag on something? I don't know his name. Mr. Tough Guy talks big shit like he's gonna come find me. Oh, Gene Jeff. Guess what? Go suck a dick, dude. That's your favorite hobby. Tiffany Billions, you look like a fucking water buffalo. We're gonna start hurling insults. We can go back and forth. But here's the deal. I'm not gonna engage.
I didn't know he was getting death threats. See, this is crazy.
I'm gonna give you a little taste and that's it. I'm done. Because you know what? You're not worth the sweat off my fucking balls. You don't live rent free in my head. You don't get a second of me at all. You want to find me? You know where to find me. You think I'm scared? Underestimate me. That'll be fun. I'm not some tough guy, dude. Nah. I'm a real guy. You want to fuck around and find out, as y'all say? If you feel froggy, jump. I'm going to tell you right now, you're not going to like the landing. I have God on my side. I fear nothing. I can walk through the valley of death. I don't give a shit. I have the protection of God's armor. My statement that I didn't fully get to read because it was censored.
One second.
Okay. So I was saying I had written this and made a video. That I wanted played. And they said that you could play it, but you couldn't have any audio, which irritated me. Then
Hey, Jinx. Can you bring up the video? And
No, they're not married. Him and no, they're married.
no. Everyone's leaving. Okay. So the video playing? Will be. So anyway, this video is something I put together. People always said I was apathy.
I can't play the audio, but this is the video of Austin and them when they grew up. You know, so this is gonna be a sad situation, you know, watching them grow up, and he was in their lives. And he's talking, but I mean, I can't play that song, so that's gonna, you know, make the video, you know, get copyright. So, but I'm going to allow it, you know, allow the video to continue to play his memories, and you know, I lost a son too, so I know how it is to lose a child, and nothing can rip your heart out like this. So, and to watch your child grow up and have all this promise, and just something crazy like this could happen. And we have to have some compassion in our hearts. Twins, okay? We can focus on the negativity. We can focus on all those things, but at the end of the day, one of these people lost their lives. One of these little boys that grew up to be a young man lost their life. Okay? This is their father. This is Jeff Metcalf. This is Austin Metcalf's father. He's talking, but they're playing a song, so I can't like, play what he's saying. But at least we get to see the pictures, of them growing up, and his own. Now they're getting older, they're hunters or whatever they're doing, But let's okay, so hopefully we're past the music part of this whole thing because I can't play the music.
But I want you to look at that quote. I want you to read it with me. A lie is temporary, but the truth lasts forever. I want to say that one more time so it's loud and clear for everybody to hear and understand. A lie is temporary, but the truth lasts forever. Do you know where I found this quote? I know the person who's looking at me right now does. I appreciate it, Mr. Drew Anthony, off your Facebook page. How poetic justice is served. You just do a big softball and knocked it out of the park. Thank you for making it so easy for me. So you can live with your lie if you want to, but my truth is forever. Just like the fact your son is a convict and a killer. Forever. Forever's a long time. What's your master plan, Mr. Anthony? To use your son as income and soak up as much money playing victim to line your pockets and then abandon him when he's at sentencing or victim impact? You just left him up there by himself? Amazing. Amazing. What about you, Drew? What kind of father are you? You want to talk about what kind of father? All right, let's talk about what kind of father you are. Let's talk about your arrest. Let's talk about your warrants. Oh, was it drugs? Coke? You did? Tell me some other shit. Let's pull it up. Because I'm welcome every one of you to pull up my criminal history. Someone who tried to make up some bullshit saying I'm a sexual assault person. Guess what? If you're convicted of sexual assault in Texas, you have to register. Please check the registry. Please check my background in criminal history. It's not there. You tried to spin a narrative to make me look bad because you look bad already by yourself. You fuck up all your own. I don't need to help you. I hope you're proud of yourself, bro. I hope you go home and tell your 3 little kids, your brother's in prison because he's a dumbass and he stabbed someone. Tell me how you're going to parent the other ones. Tell me how you're going to explain to them that their brother is a killer. You're going to have family reunions? You're going to leave an empty chair for him? Are y'all all going to wear the striped suits or an orange jumpsuit in remembrance? I don't know. Your name will be forgotten in a matter of weeks or months or a year. But Austin's name, that lives on forever. It's a legacy. You know what they put in the yearbook? The cover of the yearbook said, "More than just." And you open it up, and the very first page is Hunter Metcalf carrying his brother's jersey of the first home game, running out of the tunnel. Probably one of the most emotional moments I've ever seen watching him play football because it was the first time he was not on the field with his brother. I can't imagine the mental fortitude that young man has because there is no way I could have done or played a down, much less a season. The amount of pressure he probably felt because he slid over to take Austin's position. They played together, inside, outside. Now Hunter takes over, he's inside. He leads the team. He wins. He has the most tackles in the district and had to miss a game due to concussion. He gets all the honors. He's all district. He's this, he's that. He's team captain. He's Austin 2.0. But he's still Hunter Metcalf. not Austin's brother. He will make a name for himself, just like Austin did. But when they come running on that field, him holding that jersey, and all eyes are on him, the whole world is watching. Made every news channel. You think we like the spotlight? You think I want to be here? I'm forced into this position. I didn't sign up. I didn't ask for my son to get murdered. But I have to deal with it in a constructive, positive way, because I still have to be a role model for Hunter. I still have someone who depends and counts on me. I can't let him down. It's the same way I feel about God. I don't want to let him down. But will I fail? Yes, sometimes I do. We all do. But do the best job you can, man. Be present for your kids. You can't get back time. Time is something. Can you make time? Can you spend time? Is there enough time? Is there a lot of time? Time is something that's very intangible. But one thing about time is it doesn't stop. Even though I felt like it stopped April 2nd, 2025. My life was forever changed. And I've had to deal with that. Megan's life has forever changed. It pains me to see the pain in her eyes. And it really pains me to see Hunter go through what he has to do, be it as strong as he is, it's unbelievable. One of the best times, and this is a God thing. So we had the same hunting lease for 16 years. Since my boys were 2 years old, they had been going to hunt and go out, and we'd watch wildlife and look at deer and turkeys and see the cows, and and we lived outdoors. We'd sit underneath at night at the stars, and we had an app on the phone where you could pull it up and it would tell you the constellations. And I taught them about stars and how to navigate and how sailors did it to sail the seas. And I just taught them, this is the Milky Way, that's Orion's belt. I spent time with them. Time is the most important thing in life because you can't get it back. Because once it's gone, it's gone. It's like your kids grow up once. Don't miss it. Don't be absent. Don't work too hard because you think you're providing. You know what they want? They don't give a shit about their new clothes or their fancy Xbox games or what. Well, they may think that, but the truth of the matter is, when you look back on it and you see the time you either wasted or you spent it well. Now, everybody in life will die with a regret. You just try to die with as few regrets as possible. The one regret that I know I will not have anything as far as what type of father I was. I don't regret it. I spent time with my boys. I loved my boys. I taught my boys. I tried to make my boys go to church when they were really young, but they fought me. And I was arguing with God because, I'm trying every day, God, but they're not listening. So God works in funny ways. I told you this earlier. All of a sudden, when the kids in school and his friends were going to church on Wednesday night, all of a sudden it became cool. Cool. If I can't do it, God says, hold my beer. I got this. Watch this. And he arranges it. So God is introduced to their life through their friends. I recently saw one of the counselors who led the small group with Austin and Hunter. And he told me about the time he needed someone to step up and lead. And guess who was the first one to raise his hand? Austin always wanted to be first. He was firstborn. You could say he was the big brother. He always had Hunter's back. Hunter always had his too. But they were only a few minutes apart. But Austin always took that lead role. It was built inside of him. It was manifested that way. I do believe I will take some credit. I tried my best to instill values and morals and teach him about life and what it was to be a man. and he was taken. I didn't mean to get off the story, but we were talking about the deer lease and them going hunting with me for the last 16 years. Well, what happened was the landowner reached out to us right before we were going to make our next payment for the following year. We still had 2 months left on the lease we had paid for, but he informed us that we had to get everything off the property, that he was going to sell the property, and we had to get everything off by March 31st. Anything left behind was going to be property of the new owners. Well, I had just had a complete shoulder replacement. So I'm one-armed. I'm no good to help. So I have to rely on my friends and my family to go down there and get as much stuff as we can. Because we have 16 years worth of stuff. And I'm talking blinds, feeders, four-wheelers, smokers, you name it. We could live out there. If there was an apocalypse, that's where I'd go. So we go to this very last weekend. We all know it's a goodbye. The irony of it is unreal. That hunt is probably the best hunt in my entire life. I wish I could be like Groundhog Day. I could go back and just relive it, relive it, relive it, relive it. It's a great story. It's opening weekend of turkey season. We go out the first day. And I'm calling. We got gobbles, but they're all henned up and they're not coming. So I tell the boys, hey, we're going to have to get out of the pop-up. We're going to have to like go chase birds and see if we can call them in. So we get out and we start walking. And Austin told me the night before, he said, Dad, I'd really like to shoot a pig because I've never shot a pig. I really want a pig. And even though I haven't shot a turkey, I really would like to shoot a pig. I said, well, they're mostly nocturnal, but I brought the ARs with the thermals. We'll hog hunt at night. Okay. So we get up out of the pop-up and we start working our way down the creek. And we come up upon a field. And about 300 yards across the field, there are 6 hogs that walk out. Austin turns to me and says, Dad, can we shoot them? I said, well, all we have are shotguns. And no. What do we do? I said, well, there's only one alternative here that's left. You're going to have to run all the way back to the cabin and then grab the rifle and run all the way back. Okay. Now, don't get me wrong. Austin's 6 foot, 215, doing track drills to increase his speed and was running a 4.7. I don't know how, but the cabin is over a half mile. This boy shows back up in 15 minutes. And I'm like, what? And he's breathing hard and he's sweating. I was like, just take a breath. And I said, okay, here's what we're going to do. These hogs can't see very well, but they can smell. We're going to stay downwind and we're going to move down this fence line. And I bet you they're going to come across this field and they're going to go to this creek. And that's where we're going to intercept them. Okay. So we start moving. They start moving. We get within 200. Dad, can I shoot one? No, not yet. We get within 100. Dad, they're close. Can I shoot one? No. Follow me. Be quiet. It's about patience. Don't rush. We get 45 yards away. I said, come here. Put your gun on this fence post. Look at me. Take a deep breath. Take your time. Slowly pull the trigger. So we step back, me and his brother, and we're watching. There's 6. I said, shoot the biggest one on the left. Boom! I see legs going up. Me and Hunter are yelling at him, reload, reload, because there's 5 more running around. And he's like, I got him, I got him. I'm like, reload. So he's trying to chamber a shell. We're looking down this path, and these pigs are crossing. 1, 2, 3, 4, shoot 1. 5 goes across, then he shoots. And I'm like, he goes, I think I missed that one. Yeah, it's okay. Let's go see what you got. We got down there and we gave each other the biggest hug. And he was so proud. I know a lot of people don't like guns and don't like hunting, and that's okay. That's I respect your opinion. But my boys, they know how to hunt, fish, use a knife. They can survive. I taught them a lot of life skills that I hope they never have to use. But if they do know how. This is a picture of a place on our lease. The very first day I took them fishing. I had the same exact picture made into a necklace when I had cancer. And it said Metcalf Strong on the back with this laser on the front. Sort of like a dog tag type thing. And I sold those to help pay for my treatments and everything. I still have some, but this picture will forever be ingrained in my heart. So we spent many years in the woods hunting. I remember the boys when they were small, they'd help me, and they were my eyes. Dad, there's a deer. Be quiet. Dad, when do we get a gun? When do we get to shoot?
Listen, who is calling people pedophile? Please delete anyone calling this man a pedophile or using those type of words in the chat. He's reminiscing about his deceased son, and people are talking about a bunch of bullshit in the chat. This guy, give him some grace, guys. He lost his son, and this is the first time he's able to speak out after a year or 2 years. Let him get his speech. Let him reminisce. Like, stop it. We've listened to all the other stuff. We've listened to everything on the other side, but we have not heard this side. We haven't heard this side. We haven't heard. I mean, it's been completely radio silent on that side. Please allow him to speak his piece. Stop it.
They're 5. I said, maybe when you're 8, thinking that's 3 years. Don't forget. No. 8th birthday rolls around. Dad, where's our rifles? Yeah. Remember when I said 2 of everything? Yeah. 2 of everything. I don't even get to go buy 2 guns for myself. So went out and got them rifles. Took them out there, taught them gun safety, taught them how to operate a firearm with proper safety, understanding how it works, understanding how to clean it, understanding how to take it apart.
Shouts out to this commenter. R.I.P. to this man's son. I hope nothing of this nature happens again. We need peace, but certain individuals don't allow peace. 2 families lost here. When will we learn? We need to cut it out. Anyone else that puts anything negative about this father who lost his son is going to get kicked out.
Matter of fact, I've showed Hunter so much now, he can disassemble my Glock with his eyes closed and put it back together with his eyes closed. Because I tell people, oh, I'm a good shot. Really? You shoot paper targets? Yeah. Oh, okay. Has anybody ever shot at you? What? Do me.
So now I'm a coon because I'm allowing the other side to tell their story when they've been radio silent the entire time. Well, honey, I'll coon, raccoon, boom, boom. This is his moment to speak when everybody else been speaking and you never heard his voice. At least people that are on my channel probably have never heard his voice. So this is his time to speak, and we're going to respect him for his speak. We have covered the other side. We've covered the Karmelo Anthony side. Now this is his side. He finally gets to say something, and people can't take it. This is not a wind tunnel here where it's only one-sided. People got feelings. I can only imagine to lose my son. So this is not the place for that type of behavior. I'll be a coon then, I guess. If I give a person the right to have the freedom to express themselves after losing their son in such a divided situation, let me be a coon then. I guess I'm a coon. Let's continue. Let him talk about his son. Let him mourn his son in peace.
Do me a favor. Do a 50-yard sprint. Stop, and then pull your trigger 3 times. Let's see how your grouping is. Going to the range only gives you muscle memory. It doesn't teach you how to handle a stressful situation. If you're not trained, if you don't know, you panic, you die. not my kids. Hunter almost became as good a shot as I am. Now, Austin, he was a little bit more challenged, and Hunter used to razz him. It was funny. But Hunter, he wasn't first. Austin always want to be first. And I'm sitting in a deer stand this past year on a new place that's foreign to us. And I'm by myself. And if you have Facebook on your phone, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It will pop up with like memories from whenever. So I'm out there hunting. It's the first hunting season I've had without Austin. It's December 30th. I can remember it well because my phone pops up. Memory. And it's the memory of the day that Austin shot his first buck. And I have it videoed and I do an interview with him. I thought I had misplaced the video because I looked for it, never could find it. But it popped up that day while I'm hunting. And at that time, I look over to my right. I see a cardinal. Now, I know not everyone may believe this, but I do. Cardinals are a sign for people that come visit you that have passed on. I felt his presence. Every deer in that county was safe at that moment because I couldn't see through my scope because of the tears. This is me and him. I still have that in my office on the wall.
And people look bad about like the fact that he was there and they were shooting deer and hunting. So what? That's a cultural thing. People do it in certain areas that hunting is like a pastime. Big fucking deal that they were hunting. That was something that he had to look out for. That was him bonding with his son and how he did that. So anyone that want to say something about that need to cut it out.
With the empty casing, written a date. He was so proud of himself. But I was more proud. My boys meant everything. We love to go fishing together. We have a very good friend. Tony and Corey Vincent run a fishing guide service on Richland Chambers and Lake Whitney.
Listen, you definitely didn't see the disrespect he showed toward the family. That's what they not showing, and I don't care about being blocked. Okay, what disrespect? I mean, I believe that initially he was trying to create solidarity, and then people made it about race. So, but I did see that. I did see him go up there, and then people interpreted it the way that they wanted to. Of course, there might have been a thing where they were not supposed to be around each other, but there was a better way to handle that. But I don't even want to get into that. That's my opinion. But this is what his true feelings are, his true facts of the situation, his true facts of the matter. He's reminiscing about his time with his son and what he felt about his son. And we got to hear everything about the other side, but we didn't get to hear his feelings. And so I'm allowing that on my channel. So I don't care what anybody says. I can be a coon all you want. Let's go.
I don't think I could have done it, but he did. Never quit. That's one thing about my boys. They never quit anything. I may not have been the perfect father, but I was a damn good one. He had a great brother. He had a great mom. All three of us worked together to help. All three of us grieve differently. All three of us feel the loss differently. There is no playbook to grief. There's no instructions. There is no time limit.
Okay, I might have got
you'll
you
get
wrong.
over
I
it.
might have got what you were saying mixed up, Karmelo. I'm sorry, Carno. I'm sorry. I thought that you were trying to say that I was disrespecting. My bad. Let's go.
Time you'll feel better. Anyone who says that, I'm gonna slap the shit out of you and go, did that hurt? No, it didn't. Don't tell me what you don't know. Me, Hunter, Austin, Best hunt ever. We went to eat our favorite barbecue place. We'd stop. It's on 281. It's called Natty Flats. It has the world's biggest cedar rocking chair in the world made. Sitting out front, like 40, 50 feet. We've always eaten there. Always loved ribs. My cousin Kyle, who's hunted with me since I've taught him, Kyle was, before my kids were born, was asking me, can I go hunt with you? Can I go hunt with you? No, you're too young. Well, eventually I had to give in. Kyle's more like a brother than a cousin. Kyle's my ride and die. If I need something, I can pick up the phone. He'll be here. If I need $10,000, he'll send it to me. Don't even ask why. If I say I need you here, he gets in the truck and drives. Doesn't ask why. Just shows up. That's what our family's about. That's what I tried to instill in our boys. Family. Family's after God. You do what you do for family. You take care of family. I don't know why God decided to take a part of my family. I'm supposed to be learning some sort of lesson, I'm sure. I'm being molded into something that I have no clue what it is. I'm still waiting to see the finished product. Because I have no clue. I should have been dead multiple times. Still here. I could have made wrong choices and been in prison. Every time, God put something in the way. God redirected my path. I can look back on my life now and see those tag points. But when you're 18, you think you have all the answers. I see so much of me in Hunter. He's already made me proud. It's only going to continue. But I can't imagine, or nor do I even want to try to imagine, if I had a twin brother who was stabbed to death in my arms as I pray and put my hands on the hole to keep the blood from coming out. And he tells me, Dad, I saw his eyes roll back in his head. I saw his soul leave his body and mine went with him.
Oh my God.
How do you comfort a child who tells you that? Because it shattered me into pieces. And I've yet to put them all back together. They won't go back together the same. Three days before he was killed, he posted this on his X.
It's not about you, Sagittarius. It's about
Faith
Austin Metcalf.
that God
About you.
got me, and my work will pay off. 3 days. He's gone. Greatest hunt ever. Gone. Graduation. Very touching. Almost surreal for me. For that, we're going to talk about Frisco ISD in a minute, but during that graduation ceremony,
Ma'am, I don't have to block you. I just need you to understand this is I'm giving you the father a chance to speak. And you're in the thing creating all this background noise. This is his time to speak. Let him speak.
The whole place erupted with applause, which turned into a standing ovation. Every single person in the arena for 30 seconds or more until Hunter made it back to his seat and sat down. Everyone stood and clapped. I can't even explain how I felt. It was bittersweet. I was so happy for Hunter and so proud. But at the same time, his brother should have been there sitting beside him, not the NPC. life isn't fair. You have to play the hand you're dealt sometimes. It sucks. Because if I have a 6'9" and I'm playing poker, you think I'm going all in? No. All in takes a whole new meaning. Everybody in the stadium had shirts. All in. I know many people will know this, some may don't. You know what this means? No, it's not a gang sign. If you have any person has maybe a hearing impairment, this is sign language. This is I love you. Anytime you see my boys in their pictures and they're together and they're doing this, it's not a gang sign. I taught them. This is what it means. I love you. So when you're on the field and you see me, just do that. You don't have to say nothing to me. Just acknowledge. Because I was saying, no one knew. I didn't have to tell anyone. I'm not looking for kudos. I'm not looking for recognition. I don't even want the damn spotlight on me. We're good?
No, you're good.
We're good. Okay. So I forgot where I was now, right? Well, we'll just move on to the next topic. This is what happens when you get brain fog. Tell them I love you. I remember. This past season, the team has something to play for, a motto. And there's a young man. I'm not going to use his last name, but his name's Carson. Very good friend of Austin and Hunter's. Mine too. Probably one of the most respectful, well-mannered kids I've ever met in my life. His parents did an outstanding job. Kudos, Abby. To all your boys. Carson never played football. Played soccer. Our kicker transferred to Anna. So what's Hunter and Austin do? They tell hey, Carson, you need to come kick for us. Knowing Austin and Hunter, especially Austin, he got him to come kick. I'll never forget this moment. We were down. We had the ball. Less than a minute to play. We drive down the field. There's 4 seconds left on the clock. Carson, it's up to you, bro. It's about a 40-yard field goal. No chip shot, no gimme. If you're writing a movie, you couldn't script it any better. I've got my fingers crossed. I'm praying to God. Please let us get this victory. Ball snapped. Carson kicks it. I don't breathe. He goes through for the win. The eruption, the sheer emotion showed by them, every person on that field and in the stands. We all knew who else was watching. That was probably the highlight of the season for me, to watch those boys who worked so hard and sacrificed so much and loved Austin and laid it all out. Because we all dream about that moment if you play sports. You play basketball, the winning shot for the championship, 3, 2, 1, yeah. Kicking the winning field goal as time runs out. Team wins. As kids, we always do that, playing around, on the park, 3, 2, 1, and the crowd goes wild. Yeah, this was reality. This was real. This was happening in front of me. And I felt Austin's presence there watching as he smiled above us. He always called me Pops. It was cute because he had this little smirk. He'd be like, it's okay, Pops. I got this, Pops. The night after he was killed, I had a dream. It didn't last very long. I see Austin. And he's wearing his camo that we were hunting in. And he walks up to me and says, Pops, I'm okay. And I wake up. And I just bawled for hours. But he came to me and told me, I'm okay. And I said, I'm not. I was forever changed by that day. Not only me, but everybody in my family, everybody who knew him. And I want to talk about something that a lot of people miss and don't talk about. What do you think the effect, if you're a kid and you're in the bleachers and you witness a murder and your friend dies in front of you? Are you going to have PTSD? Do you need counseling? Is it going to affect you for the rest of your life? These are 16, 17-year-old kids. These are people who had to get up on the witness stand and tell the story again. Every one of them had to relive it. Most are in counseling. Most are still affected by it. It didn't just tear my family. It tore a community. I got letters and phone calls from people who don't even know me, telling me I'm some sort of inspiration. No, I'm not. I'm a human being. That's God working through me. I am nothing special. I will never be able to replace Austin. I know that. What I'm learning to do and what my counselor has taught me is I'm not learning to live without him. I'm learning to live for him. And she said, it's healthy for me to always speak about Austin. Some people think it's uncomfortable for me. It's actually not. I actually enjoy talking about Austin. It brings happy memories back to me. I don't look at the sad things. I don't remember him as the kid who got stabbed. I remember him as the kid who looks over and says, Dad, I think it's a buck. Can I shoot it? Memories can never be taken away. No one can ever steal them from you. Make as many as you can with your kids while you still can. Because one day, they're going to grow up. They're going to leave. I pray to God it doesn't wind up in the situation I'm in where they pass before you do.
Mm.
There's no guarantees in life other than taxes and death. And hell, I know people that cheat death and taxes. So I don't know. What kind of commitment or what kind of job or how did you contribute to society while you were here? How'd you leave your mark? What were you known for? Ask your friends, ask your sons, ask your daughters. How do you see me? What do you think about me? Look yourself in the mirror. Ask yourself, who am I? Are you lying to yourself? Or can you look yourself in the eye? I've taught my boys about respect, integrity, humility, love, kindness. There was a story that was once told to me. I'm sure many people have heard it. I'm going to condense it about the old Indian chief talking to the young buck. He says, inside you lives two different animals, the wolf, the bear, and they both fight. And the boy asks, which one wins? So one is hate, envy, jealousy, rage, love, kindness, humility. Which one wins? The answer was the one you feed the most. So what are you going to feed? You can feed yourself full of hate. You can feed yourself full of love. How do you impact the world? How do you teach your kids? Are you a role model? Or you do think are you the type of person that doesn't let your spouse look at your phone? Why? You hiding something? Are you honest with yourself? Are you honest with your kids? Because guess what? Your kids know when you're lying. They don't tell you. They just watch. And they learn, oh, it's okay to do that because mom and dad do it. Trust me. You can break the chain. I'm living proof. My father was probably one of the worst fathers ever in the world. And that's okay. Because he taught me exactly what not to do as a father. And I swore to myself, I would never, ever be like that if I had kids. But I already had reserved the fact that I wasn't going to have kids. And me and God talked. I told him, okay, you're going to cut me short? Fine, deal. I'm good with it. I'm not pissed anymore. 2 months later, I'm watching the national championship game at my brother's house. Halftime. Man, let's come down here. What? The game. We're going to the bathroom. I was like, what are we doing? Like, we can't be doing this right here in my brother's house. And she's like, no, look. And I looked down and I said, is that what I think it is? It was a pregnancy test. It was positive. She was scared. I was ecstatic. That day, that moment in time is one of those tack points I talked about where your life changes. Changed me forever. Made me a better man. Gave me the opportunity to experience something. Unless you're a parent, you don't get it. I understood my parents way better when I became a father. My mother is 79 years old, who just retired last year and got married. Wow. My mom, she's my rock. She's always there if I need her. I can't do anything to disappoint her. Just like I didn't want to do anything to disappoint my boys. I think they lost their camera.
Just a minute break. Is that okay? Can you mute yourself? Everyone, we're going to take a 1-minute break really quick.
So I want to take this time real quick while we're waiting on this. This is Sippy's live stream. So I want to give a shout out to Sippy for that this interview that they're allowing to play on their live stream. And like I said, this is really about
the camera froze on the live stream and we're fixing it really quick.
It's called Sippy Cup if you can check them out on X. But I felt it was important to allow, like I said, you're hearing a lot of the other side. It's all over the internet. People have been very, very adamant about showing the other side, but I don't see a lot of people, especially in Black media, really playing this all the way through and allowing the other side, Austin's father, to really hear what how he feels. Jeff Metcalf, how does he feel as a father? How does he feel? I don't see that. I see sprawled everywhere. Austin Metcalf's parents speak. Karmelo Anthony's parents speak out. I'm not seeing anywhere where they're allowing. They might show the part where he said watermelon felon, but they're not playing the whole thing in context. So then, therefore, it seemed like he's being racist. But actually, if you listen to the entire thing, that's not what's happening. So I said, you know what? I'm going to play the entire thing. We're going to listen to it, and we're not going to judge it. We're going to actually try to have respect for this man who lost his son. Because I've lost a son, so I know how it is to lose a child. Couldn't imagine if that child would have grown. My child, I lost it at a very early age. I couldn't imagine growing up until a certain age and then seeing that child. You have all that hope and everything, and then this terrible, unfortunate thing happens, and you lose that child. So to me, this is not about race. Everyone wants to make it about race. This is a child's life lost that had promise that probably could have been in the NFL, become a linebacker. You're a father. You're going out hunting with him. You're teaching him how to be a man. You get to see every like change in his face. From a baby all the way up until you see a little smirk when he say, "Okay, pops." Like we need to humanize these individuals. These are humans, human beings that like this guy lost his life. He's a human being. Everyone wants to use the word bully and then plaster that and then demonize this young man, but this father is showing that he's a human being, and that's what I wanted to like really bring to the forefront, is that this is a human that lost his life, a human being. And for us to sit up here and just only want to because we're on the internet, we're able to distance ourselves emotionally from the fact that these are people, kids at best. 17, 16, going to school, being in track. I was in track at one point. I couldn't imagine something like this happening in track and field. Devastating to the co-team members of that person, seeing this happen, seeing someone bleeding out, seeing them having to get resuscitated, losing that team member. So we all focus on the racial aspect of it, but what about the humanity aspect of it? What about the fact that this is a father who lost his son? I don't see that much reporting going on that. Like let's take all the, oh, he had a knife. Let's take all that stuff away, and he lost his son, guys. His son is no longer here. So now he has to live his rest. And then he was a twin. And he was happy to have twins. You know how special it is to like look at two twins, knowing they were in a stomach together when they come out. A lot of times they're very close with each other. I mean, think about this. Like, people are so quick to demonize and make everything out to be just about like the case and the facts and the this. But let's bring this into a human being level. Let's have some humanity about ourselves. The focus on race is a self-aggrandizement, a self thing. Oh, black and white. No, human being and human being. A person lost their life. A father is, I'm sure, and I would hate. I'm sure the mother. Oh my God. The father is probably able to reconcile with it. He's a man, people, but I'm sure the mother is, because she carried those babies in her stomach for 9 months, twins, went through all type of Lord knows what, because I've been pregnant before, so it is something else. Okay, give birth and then wish everything, watch them grow up, you know what I'm saying, and then you see them doing great in school. Great, they have their hiccups, hey, they get little stuff. I mean, come on, our boys will be boys, might get kicked out of school, might be roughhousing, might be doing this, that, the other, but you don't expect them to die. Even if they was bullying, you don't expect them to die from bullying. That's the part. Yeah, it was probably a bullying. Okay, he was bullied, but does he deserve to die from bullying? I don't think that Karmelo Anthony meant to kill him. Does he deserve to die because he made a mistake? It was a two-pronged approach where both parents are mourning at this moment. When a person gets almost life in prison, or when they're in you go through a mourning period. Both parents are in mourning, so I excuse anything that they say against each other that might be crazy. If he called him a watermelon felon or whatever, he just said, all he said was, you want me to say something racist? Okay, you watermelon, da, da, da. And this person, people were giving him death threats about his own son's passing. Who is going to give a father a death threat that lost his son? I don't know what was going on with that. He said that he was getting death threats. Like, come on. Where is the compassion? So yes, we're listening to his side. We're listening to how he feels. We are going to have compassion over here. We are going to care about each other as human beings. Who cares about whether he had a knife or not? No, someone died. Someone else went to prison because he killed somebody else and probably didn't mean to do it. Everyone was like, he meant to do. No, I don't think he did. I'm sorry. You can't tell me that. That's one thing you can't tell me. I think that it was a very fucked up ass situation that happened, and it's unfortunate on both ends. And I feel for Karmelo Anthony's parents, because he's going to be it's going to be terrible. Like, at least, in at Austin, they can have, closure, but ain't no closure when you're in prison, and he's probably getting afraid every night, people trying to do things to him on both sides, black and white. He might have the booty bandits trying to get him on one side. He might have the Aryan Nation on the other side. He is a target. And trust me, so his parents ain't going to be able to sleep. So, okay, you get that. All right. He ain't going to be able to stay. Listen, he could all type of things. And you know what? Tomorrow I have a person that actually went to prison as a young man that made a very fucked up ass decision. And he's going to break down what happens. His name is Baba Shaka. I already brought him, showed he made a mistake and killed his best friend. They were playing around with a gun, killed his own best friend by mistake. But guess what? He still had to go to prison. Well, not by mistake, but you know what I'm saying? They was fucked. They got into it, whatever. You know what I'm saying? They were going after it. He ended up going to prison. And the things that happened and the things he had to go through, the manipulation, being put into solitary confinement, people taking making guns out of like things that they dip into poop and pee and everything, and pushing it out like they're in in the forest somewhere, taking like a paper clip or something, shaving it down and then making a weapon out of it. So where you walking back and forth in the thing, and they're shooting it out so they can give you some type of bacterial infection, because all this like whatever they use to like put on the end of that, it can stick it to your skin and just a lot of sick things that are about to go down. So trust me, I don't know which one. I don't know which one is worse, to live hell or to be able to like go to heaven, because he's about to be in hell. And so everybody, like, listen, if people want to say justice is served, justice is definitely served if that's in your mind. But at the end of the day, like, both parents lost their child. And it's gonna be terrible for that mother. She's gonna be living, if she's gonna stick by her son the whole time through. But one child gets to mourn their son and gets to put that child to rest. The other one's gonna be living and dealing with that son for the rest of his life, and everything that's gonna be going on with that situation. It is gonna be brutal, and hopefully he does not lose his life in prison. So no one wins in this situation. Nobody wins. Y'all think that you won because he goes to prison and that this person has still lost his life. Nobody wins. Let me get back to this video because I don't want to disrespect Mr. Jeff Metcalf because he's reminiscing about his son. But I just want to make it clear that nobody has won. People might think that because he's, oh yeah, well, just don't drop the soap. Ha ha ha. All that. There's nothing funny about this situation. There's nothing to joke. There's nothing to be like glamorizing about it. Like, oh, whatever. And on top of that, you have other people that have gotten involved. Now they're in jail and prison, and we're about to go to prison, $1 million bond, all because of this one situation that got blown out of proportion that really could have been really handled in a very sincere way to where it didn't turn into a whole racial freaking thing that people are trying to push. We have enough issues. We have like gas prices are high. Iran about to bombing places. I mean, things are going on just insane out here, and people are at an all-time high in just being like, on edge. We need to find a way to come together and stop all the bullshit. Stop all the hatred. Stop all the just going after each other. That's what this channel is about. That's why I don't mind. I played the full 3-hour video of Mr. Metcalf talking about his son hunting and humanize this young man because everybody wants to make him out to be a bully. He was a human being. Let's go.
Frisco ISD with the video, when they fumbled that whole ordeal, oh, we're not going to let the police have it. We're going to hold on to it because Frisco ISD owns it. But we're going to open it up to let people come in and view it. But you have to sign in, but you can't tape it. And then you screw it up and you let a child pedophile, convicted pedophile, view the video of kids. You let an activist who is blatantly lying and spreading false information about me, my son, and everybody else, you let them look. What? Not only that, I asked him straight up who was responsible for allowing school property to be used 3 weeks after my son was murdered at the same exact stadium. After fumbling, I said, it's either you or someone else. Who is it? He said, it's me. You made the decision to let a white supremacist hold a rally on the same grounds my son was murdered 3 weeks prior. Everyone thought I was going to jump on board with this jackass Jake Lang. Well, guess what? My friend Bruce Carter, yeah, the big black boy with the cowboy hat on, yeah, my buddy. I said, Bruce, you have to go to my place. The DA says I can't go. So Bruce shows up and says, hey, did you ask Jeff to use his son's image? No, Jeff stands with us. No, he doesn't. Jeff sent me. Bruce calls me, tells me where he's at, tells me what's going on. I had no clue I was on speakerphone at that moment. So I let Mr. Lang speak, gave him his time. Talked about I should be upset and lashing out at the black people and all white people should be mad. And here's the good feeling, guys. Like I said before, I'm not racist against whites or blacks. So what I tell Mr. Lang after he spoke, he thought I was going to jump on board and we were going to have this big rally. My exact words were this. Mr. Lang, you, my friend, are part of the fucking problem. I don't condone what you do. I am not associated with you. Take my son's name off your website. Do not use his image ever again. I don't support you. Don't ever mention my name.
Boom. I need to like put a explosion for anyone that thought that Mr. Metcalf was going along with that, with Mr. Lang's bullshit. Okay? That's why I'm here supporting him. And this is Jake Lang right now. Boom.
Both today and yesterday.
That's Mr. Slap in the face, bro. Mr. Metcalf wasn't for all that racist bullshit. That's why I don't mind letting him speak his piece, because I knew that off rip when I saw it a year ago. Let's let him say it again.
Last year. And got married. Wow. But we're not going to do that. I will mention one other topic before I get with questions, and that's going to be the Frisco ISD incidents and treatment. First, I will say this. Mike Waltrip, the superintendent who has recently resigned and retired, is the most spineless, coward piece of shit I've ever met in my entire life. This is the same individual who got pressured from Dominique, irrelevant minister, whatever, Alexander, and the Freeman Group, saying that we're going to riot if you don't let him graduate. They folded like a cheap tent to the pressure. It went against, I even had a meeting with them, and all he could say was, I followed the law, I followed the law, I followed the law, like a little parrot. No, following the law and doing the right thing is not always the same thing. You hid behind the law because you're too coward. You can't be a man to stand up and do the right thing. I showed you in your handbook, mandatory expulsion, murder, mandatory attendance policy. He didn't go back to school after April 2nd. I don't give a shit if he had the credits. Didn't make the attendance. Shouldn't have been able to graduate. You still gave a murderer a diploma. But yet you didn't respond to my ex-wife's email till after the elections. You waited over 30 days to respond with a callous, incompassionate response that just showed how shallow you were. And then when I got to meet you face to face, you little bald-headed piece of shit, you sat there and looked me in the eye and said, I didn't fold. Well, who did? The buck stops with you. You're the superintendent. Thank God you're no longer here. Everyone thinks you did such great things for Frisco. Really? Then why do we have declining enrollment? Why are we losing funding because of populations and growth displacement? Why are we having people homeschool their kids more? I can tell you, because Frisco ISD is no longer what it used to be. Just like this town is no longer than what it used to be. Now, I'm not here to talk about H-1 visa fraud or different ethnic groups who have decided to invade Frisco. Everyone can live where you want to live. But this complexity of this city has changed dramatically. And I'm not saying it's for the better. But Frisco ISD, with the video, when they fumbled that whole ordeal, oh, we're not going to let the police have it. We're going to hold on to it because Frisco ISD owns it. But we're going to open it up to let people come in and view it. But you have to sign in, but you can't tape it. And then you screw it up and you let a child pedophile, convicted pedophile, view the video of kids. You let an activist who is blatantly lying and spreading false information about me, my son, and everybody else, you let them look. What? Not only that, I asked him straight up, who was responsible for allowing school property to be used 3 weeks after my son was murdered at the same exact stadium? After fumbling, I said, it's either you or someone else. Who is it?
I want to say something else. Is that you hear Sarah, because she's the one doing the interview, I think. Or somebody's doing the interview, I don't know, but someone said Jake Lang in the back whispered it to him to make sure he stays on point. And now you're going to see that he was not down with that white supremacist, white power, the white nationalist movement stuff using his son. So anyone that is trying to make this about race, that was Jake Lang. It was always outside parties that were using. I feel so sorry for these parents on both ends. People use them as pawns to push their own racist agenda. Straight up, they use Karmelo Anthony's parents, and they use Mr. Metcalf in their, because he was I don't even, you can't even bring up the wife, the mother, because she didn't say nothing. But they used that to make a racial situation, and that whole thing that is bullshit.
He said, it's me. You made a decision to let a white supremacist hold a rally on the same grounds my son was murdered 3 weeks prior.
Who allowed it? The city of Frisco? Who allowed Jake Lang to do a rally, a white supremacist rally, and then make it about race? Who did it? Let's go.
One thought I was going to jump on board with this jackass Jake Lang. Well, guess what? My friend Bruce Carter, yeah, the big black boy with the cowboy hat on, yeah, my buddy. I said, Bruce, you have to go to my place. The DA says I can't go. So Bruce shows up and says, hey, did you ask Jeff to use his son's image? No, Jeff stands with us. No, he doesn't. Jeff sent me. Bruce calls me, tells me where he's at, tells me what's going on. I had no clue I was on speaker.
Are you guys aware of that whole situation where that whole thing went down? Where Jake Lang sat there and tried to do that? Are you all aware of that? The fact that the father was not down with that and told him to take his son. Let me just. And then he told Mr. Jeff Metcalf that he was a coward. He told him he was a coward for not Hold on, let's show you this.
White people being predatorized and victimized every single day, living in fear. He is living in fear. Our people in this country are living in fear. Austin Metcalf is no longer just his son.
Jeff, hold on, Jeff. Do me one favor, because there seems to be an issue that you're okay with Austin's name being plastered with this particular movie. Now, I've already addressed that. So now I want you to say one more time that you agree with your son's name and face being attached to this movie?
Hey, Jeff Metcalf, this is Jake Lang here.
See, this guy with the cowboy hat on is Jeff Metcalf's friend. And the moment he saw Jake Lang using his son in an arbitrary way to promote like white nationalism, he called Mr. Metcalf because they're friends. And then Mr. Metcalf addressed Jake Lang. Let's go. Let's see what was said. This was a year ago. See, all this stuff led to all this racial bullshit that you're dealing with right now. Between the situation with the parents doing that press conference with Mr. Miller and that getting taken the wrong way, and then this situation with Mr. Lang getting taken like that way. Next thing you know, there's a racial aspect that is brought to this case when it was kids. 2 kids had an unfortunate event happen, and people, grifters, which you want to call me a grifter, but I'm really just trying to create solidarity and stop all the lies and all the bullshit. But let's talk about what's really going on, and let's give Mr. Metcalf his due understanding and like respect for losing a son. So I'll be a grifter. I'm not making no money off this broadcast. I might make 25 cents. Because I don't make that much money off YouTube. Whenever I do is a labor of love. I can show you what I make in the background. It ain't that much money. Trust me. Maybe $1 at most for a whole 12-hour stream. But I'm passionate about subjects, and I like to bring them to the table, and I like to talk. I don't make money I don't make my money off YouTube. I make money. I have a job. I have a full-time job that I do. YouTube is not my primary source of income. That's why I don't do it every single day. Let's go.
I wanted to talk to you and not be led into a question. This is an illegal argument. This is called leading.
Do you agree with your son?
Can I have a conversation with you?
No,
or do you
because you could have called him before that. You could have called him.
I've been reaching out. I'm one of the biggest figures in America. Nobody's ever
I've given you a message. I've given you your message.
I texted all family members, everybody I can find.
I've given you your message, and here's the response.
You're not giving my message. You're giving your message.
What he said was this.
Let Jeff talk. Let Jeff talk now.
He said that you, as a father, should be on the bus with him, delivering the message that he's delivering. Unfortunately, he's not a father, and the gentleman with is not a father. Maybe they don't understand what loss is. But at the end of the day, I've given your message.
You understand what loss
is? And they thought that it wasn't your message.
Let me have 1 minute of my message to Jeff Metcalf.
Call him.
Okay, this is we will, but he's on the phone right now.
So Jeff,
Jeff, talk. This is not a good faith discussion.
Okay, hold on. Here's Jeff. Hold on. So Jeff, go ahead. Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, Jeff, it's Jake Lang here. Jeff, first of all, my entire heart rests in your hands. I would be in my position, not even if somebody even knew your son, but somebody that shares the same understanding. I grew up as a 17-year-old young white man too, and I grew up in fear of my life around black people because they were killing and robbing people around me all the time. And I don't understand, as I was a father, you could sit idly by and not condemn the culture that killed your son. There is an epidemic problem in this country, and your voice could be one of the loudest voices in this country, but you have chosen to recoil out of fear and continue the suppression. Why will you not stand with me and with the rest of the people? We're not calling for racial divide. We're not calling for hatred. We're saying 350,000 attacks on white people by black people a year in this country is wrong. Why can't you stand that and say it with us? With that, maybe you can. Would you be willing to stand by me in a press conference or in an individual interview and talk about?
Why would he stand beside you about something that have nothing to do with what the subject is? He just lost his son. And this is a grifter. You want to say I'm grifting, whatever. No, honey, this right here is grifter 101. You want to use his son death to then make him join and get on a bus with you and campaign around America about whatever the fuck he's talking about. Like, bro, he's like, man, bro, I just lost my son, sir. I mean, timing is everything. I mean, God damn, read the room. Couldn't even allow him to just mourn his son. Had to use it. And you know what, Trump Bunny, I'm gonna add you as a moderator. If you see anybody just doing something stupid, just go ahead and remove them. Shouts out to Trump, much love. You know what I'm saying? Because she seemed to be one of the people that have some voice of reason, some understanding about what's going on here and how stupid it is. Let me continue to play this nonsense. And I feel so sorry for Jeff Metcalf to even have to endure this in front of, look at all the news people with their cameras out while he's calling his father a coward. After he lost, like if it was if he cared about like the loss of Austin Metcalf, why would he then make in front of everybody, the news, everybody like diss him like this in front of everybody? Like, what is this about?
Here in this country is wrong. Why can't you stand that and say with that? Maybe you can. Would you be willing to stand by me in a press conference or in an individual interview and talk about this issue that is larger than Austin at this point? God rest the beautiful young man's soul that would have been one of our strongest voices if he was still alive today. Yes, I am, sir.
Okay, my turn to speak. You are part of the fucking problem, my friend. You're trying to create more race divide than bridging the gap. I do not.
He said, you are a part of the problem, my friend. First, he said, are you done? Okay, my time to speak. He said, you are part of the problem. You are creating an even bigger race divide. Let's go.
That's called white guilt.
No, let it talk.
He said, take my son's face off of your website. Take my son's face off of your white nationalist website. So Jeff Metcalf was never for that type of a racial divide. He was never for that. He actually went to the family trying to create solidarity. Unfortunately, there were people in the middle standing in between that whole thing. I don't know. They said it was because that could not happen or whatever the hell, whatever. But I believe that if they were able to come together and actually talk to each other and hold hands like they should have, and like just hold their hands up and say, you know what, this is not about race. This whole, like all this stuff. But the thing is that this guy makes more money off of this. You know what I'm saying? He makes more money when it becomes a racial thing. And so that he gets his money off of that. Let's go.
You're creating more Austin Metcalf.
He said, I don't want to be associated with you. He says you're creating more Austin Metcalf. This guy he don't give a fuck about Austin Metcalf at all. All he thinks about is what his agenda is. That's why I opened this whole thing up with Jason Lang being in jail. Thank God he is. And I hope that he don't raise the rest of that money, because this guy is dangerous. Anytime you go to a father that's mourning his son and make it about your own agenda, and when this guy is hurting and in pain about his loss of his son, this had just happened. I don't even think his son was even buried yet. This guy is doing this, talking to the father in this way. What are we doing here?
You're creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness, sir. You are creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness.
You are being weak. I gotta be honest with you about that, sir.
You're being weak. Condemn your son's killer and the culture that caused it.
Hey, Jeff.
That's the problem. You've been submitted.
Hold on, Jeff.
You've been submitted.
I'll handle it from here.
You've been submitted, sir.
You're not gonna make
If
us
we
back
were all,
down.
if we were all of
You're
your
not gonna make us
nature,
back down.
Guys, listen.
You're not gonna shame
what a
us.
weak
You're not
man.
Do you know?
You've been submitted. You're a weak man. This is him talking about Mr. Metcalf. So all y'all white supremacists or whatever, this is y'all leader right here. And he said that Jeff Metcalf is a weak man. the guy in the cowboy suit is Jeff Metcalf's best friend. And when he saw Jake Lang using his son as bait for white nationalist movement, he immediately called Mr. Jeff Metcalf, and he had a conversation with Mr. Lang. And Mr. Lang called Mr. Jeff Metcalf weak. He said he was the problem. He was creating more Austin Metcalfs because he wouldn't agree with him.
Condemn your son's killer and the culture that caused it.
Hey, Jeff.
That's the problem. You've been submitted.
Hold on, hey, Jeff.
You've been submitted.
I'll handle it from here.
You've been submitted, sir.
You're not going to make
If
us
we
back
were all,
down.
if we were all of your nature,
Guys, listen.
You're not going to shame
what
us.
we
You're not
can.
Do you know who you're talking to?
I
don't do.
I'm talking to a black man.
You don't. No, you're not. Okay. You sit here. You talk about Trump.
Honey, that's false too. What you're saying, that they're all friends. That's not true. Ma'am, you're spreading misinformation. What's wrong with you? Metcalf, father, the judge, and prosecutor are friends. You should be ashamed. This was about race. This is the problem. People like this. It was not about race. It was about two young kids, and it was very unfortunate. Two young men, and both lives are lost in one way or the other. And the way that because adults want to make it about race. Back to Mr. Jeff Metcalf talking about the situation. Okay.
You hid behind the law because you're too coward. You can't be a man to stand up and do the right thing. I showed you in your handbook, mandatory expulsion, murder, mandatory attendance policy. He didn't go back to school after April 2nd. I don't give a shit if he had the credits. Didn't make the attendance. Shouldn't have been able to graduate. You still gave a murderer a diploma. But yet you didn't respond to my ex-wife's email till after the elections. You waited over 30 days to respond with a callous, incompassionate response that just showed how shallow you were. And then when I got to meet you face to face, you little bald-headed piece of shit, you sat there and looked me in the eye and said, I didn't fold. Well, who did? The buck stops with you. You're the superintendent. Thank God you're no longer here. Everyone thinks you did such great things for Frisco. Really? Then why do we have declining enrollment? Why are we losing funding because of populations and growth displacement? Why are we having people homeschool their kids more? I can tell you, because Frisco ISD is no longer what it used to be. Just like this town is no longer than what it used to be. Now, I'm not here to talk about H-1 visa fraud or different ethnic groups who have decided to invade Frisco. Everyone can live where you want to live. But this complexity of this city has changed dramatically. And I'm not saying it's for the better. But Frisco ISD, with the video, when they fumbled that whole ordeal, oh, we're not going to let the police have it. We're going to hold on to it because Frisco ISD owns it. But we're going to open it up to let people come in and view it. But you have to sign in, but you can't tape it. And then you screw it up and you let a child pedophile, convicted pedophile, view the video of kids. You let an activist who is blatantly lying and spreading false information about me, my son, and everybody else, you let them look. What? Not only that, I asked him straight up, who was responsible for allowing school property to be used 3 weeks after my son was murdered at the same exact stadium? After fumbling, I said, it's either you or someone else. Who is it? He said, it's me. You made a decision to let a white supremacist hold a rally on the same grounds my son was murdered 3 weeks prior. Everyone thought I was going to jump on board with this jackass Jake Lang. Well, guess what? My friend Bruce Carter, yeah, the big black boy with the cowboy hat on, yeah, my buddy. I said, Bruce, you have to go in my place. The DA says I can't go. So Bruce shows up and says, hey, did you ask Jeff to use his son's image? No, Jeff stands with us. No, he doesn't. Jeff sent me. Bruce calls me, tells me where he's at, tells me what's going on. I had no clue I was on speakerphone at that moment. So I let Mr. Lang speak, gave him his time, talked about I should be upset and lashing out at the black people and all white people should be mad. And here's the good thing, guys. Like I said before, I'm not racist against whites or blacks. So what I tell Mr. Lang after he spoke, he thought I was going to jump on board and we were going to have this big rally. My exact words were this. Mr. Lang, you, my friend, are part of the fucking problem. I don't condone what you do. I am not associated with you. Take my son's name off your website. Do not use his image ever again. I don't support you. Don't ever mention my name. So all the black people went, oh, well, maybe he's not racist. No shit. Like I said, if you're an asshole, I don't care. I don't like you. Jake Lang is an asshole. He's a white asshole. Charleston White, he's a black asshole. Jackie Chan, if you don't like him, he's a Chinese asshole. I don't care. It don't matter. Frisco ISD then proceeded to do this. This was the icing on the cake for me. Me and Megan went to the school board, went to the school officiating building, asked for a meeting. They granted it. And all we asked for was to have Austin's name read and give a posthumous diploma to his brother. That's it. No big hoopla, no special stopping, no big banners and signs, no bands, nothing. Read his name, empty seat, give his brother his diploma. That's it. They said, no, we'll give you some other options. We can do a private ceremony where it's just y'all. What?
Oh, so now I see. They gave Karmelo his diploma and they didn't give Austin Metcalf his. So that's why he was saying, how can you give Karmelo his diploma and he murdered somebody, and then the same ISD said that they couldn't give Austin his. So see, everything comes out in the wash when you listen. See, people want to take snippets and listen to little chunks of stuff. No, listen to the whole thing. He didn't get to get his diploma. All right, maybe he did at the end. Let's hear the rest of the story, because that's fucked up. If he didn't get, they should have at least given him. Come on now. Let's see what happens, because that's fucked up. Let's go.
The response from one of the women across the table was, well, we've had more than one student die this year. Before I could open my mouth, Mama Bear let loose and said directly to her, how many of those students were murdered on school property? She couldn't answer. She answered for her. 1, Austin. We left that building. They said, Mr. Waltrip's not in the building at the moment. Okay. Because then they tried to pawn it off. Dr. Mims. Hi, Dr. Mims. Remember me? Sure you do. Because I slid across the emails that were sent to Waltrip. I said, this is why you folded. You're going to look me in the eye right now and tell me you're going to give a diploma to a murderer, but you're not going to give one to my son who was murdered at school under your watch. He said, it comes from above. I said, the only person above is Mr. Waltrip. I said, I will wait out front until he returns. So I walked out front. I asked the receptionist, please, I need to see Mr. Waltrip as soon as available. I'll sit down with Megan. For 20 minutes, we wait. Then his secretary comes down and says, I'm so sorry, Mr. Waltrip's not in the building today. What did he do? Run out and hide? Bullshit. He didn't want to face me again. I don't blame him, because I'd have ripped his ass up, tore him apart, spit him out in small chunks. I told Dr. Mims what I'm going to do. When I walk out of here today, I'm going to contact every news reporter I know, every social media influencer, every person who will listen. And I'm going to scorch you and tell them that you denied my son a diploma. Let's talk about 3 weeks earlier. Oh, that's right. You had an elementary teacher who got arrested for taking pictures of little boys. You think Frisco ISD doesn't have egg on his face already? You tripped over this murder case time after time.
They didn't go to the same school. So Millennial gave Karmelo his diploma, but Centennial didn't give Austin his, which is messed up. But I hope that they were able to resolve it. We're still listening to the story. Maybe they were able to make it happen. Let's go.
You can't wipe your face. It's fucking stained. What's the motto? Know every child's name. You're the leaders. I'm supposed to trust you with my kids. I trusted you with my kids. And what'd you do? You didn't have proper security in place. You didn't scan the athletes. How did he get a knife into the track meet? Because you're negligent. That's why. What'd you do afterwards? Oh, change the rules. Oh shit, we gotta do something. Yeah, you done fucked up. What are you gonna do now? Resign? Retire? Good move, Mike. How's your wife, Lisa? You can run.
That's what he's saying. He didn't
never
get it.
hide.
That's crazy.
You're a shit stain. On
And
Frisco
see,
ISD for
hold
the past
on.
9 years as superintendent.
If we didn't listen to the whole thing, we would never know that all this happened, that he wasn't even able to get his son the diploma. I'm hoping as he tells the story, he's able to turn this around and was able to get it, but that is fucked up. They said to him, well, more than one person has died this year. What? I don't give a fuck about who else died. Like I understand, I empathize with his father. He's not a racist. You know what I'm saying? He's not a racist. He said, if you want me to say something racist, okay, the watermelon felon got what he deserved, okay? But that was sarcasm. That was not real. But everybody is going to put out that one part, not play the whole thing. That's what we're doing here. We're going to play the whole thing and put the entire thing in context.
Despicable coward who folds like a cheap tent under pressure from a piss poor activist nobody who does infomercials about his company. Let me be clear that you're a fucking idiot, Dominique. Let me be clear. You couldn't put two sentences together without Chat GPT. Tiffany Billions. I don't know what kind of glamour shot you steal from other people and put up on your profile, but it don't match to your fucking goddamn water buffalo looking ass when I saw you at the courthouse. Charleston White, you look like a fucking crackhead. Even though you got money, you're the only smart person around. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
He almost said nigga.
Drew,
He almost
you're just an
smart
idiot.
nigga around. He about to say, you only smart nigga. He said,
If y'all want to talk to me, you know where I am. You never once apologized. You never once said you were sorry. You lied your ass off and tried to tell people you paid to offer to pay for my boy's funeral. You couldn't even offer your hand for a handshake. You're a grifting piece of shit. Your character says it all. I don't have to say a damn word. Your actions speak for themselves. You and your little faggot bow tie? What the hell is that, dude? Maybe you and Chris King are butt buddies. Like y'all swap ties and shit. I don't know. He lives in Washington and he's lived here in Plano. He thinks he's some intelligent dude. Really? A 1989 Saab. Oh, I'm fucking impressed.
So believing what about what he's saying? So he hasn't said anything about the situation. He's talking about what he went through. He's talking about Austin. He's talking about losing his son. So I'm not sure what you think that I'm talking about here, but that we're not talking about the case. We're talking about Jeff Metcalf being able to mourn his son and talk about his son and his gag order being released. He finally gets to speak, and we're giving him his room to speak. And in that room to speak, he's clarifying a lot of things, which on the other side, I don't see the same clarification on what was going on. He wasn't down with Jake Lang, though Jake Lang might make it look like he was that at one point he might have switched over and was down with him. People were grifting off the whole thing. He's explaining the whole thing, but y'all have to listen and not just jump in and just making comments. Listen to what the father is saying. Keep going.
Ooh, look at me. I talk to my shit all day long. You put it on people so they can't see me. I think you have some serious insecurities, bro. I'm a lawyer. Who gives a fuck? You're not a very good one. Oh, I've done this. I've done that. You have to brag on yourself? You have to blow your own fucking horn? Really? You're not a man, dude. You just want attention. Maybe your parents didn't give you love when you were little. I don't know. I don't know why the way you are. Why? I can't explain it. And you know why? I don't give a shit. You're nothing to me. But yet, what'd you come up with the word? Metcalfians. I live in your head every day because you talk about me every day. Dude, thank you. I'm so flattered that you think about me. But I'm not your type. Sorry. I figure in a couple months you'll move on to the next hot topic. Or you'll have some legal crusade you can join, maybe, or lead possibly in your 89s off. And the only thing about you is I like your dog. That's about it. In your house, dude, I'm not one to judge, but you don't live in some sprawling mansion. Really? Clean your house. You look like a fucking hoarder. Better yet, why don't you have Tiffany move in and y'all could live together and do a podcast? That would be fun. Stay out of my life. I'm not inviting you in. Go find somebody, go kick rocks in somebody else's backyard. Because if you come in my backyard, you won't be kicking rocks. I promise. To all the people that still want to come fuck with me, go ahead. I'm here. Guess what? I've taken every single blow you have given. And guess what? I'm still standing. I'm still here. All you irrelevant pieces of shit are going to dissipate. Like a piece of shit in my toilet. When I flush it, it just goes away. The same way, dude. You're all going to go away. Because guess what? Guess what? You can't make no more money. He's guilty. No more TikToks and debating. Oh my God, Mr. Metcalf is this. He did this. Oh my God, look, Karmelo's a little baby. He's innocent. No, he's fucking guilty. He's going to prison. Yay! Am I supposed to be excited? Guess what? I'm not. Because I don't promote and I don't accept. I feel sorry for that young man.
See this? See what he just said?
Because if you come in my backyard, you won't be kicking rocks. I promise. To all the people that still want to come fuck with me, go ahead. I'm here. Guess what? I've taken every single blow you have given. And guess what? I'm still standing. I'm still here. All you irrelevant pieces of shit are going to dissipate. Like a piece of shit in my toilet. When I flush it, it just goes away. It's the same way, dude. You're all going to go away.
All right, so I'm not sure who Ronaldo Fink Mullen is, but I need more information. If you hit me up and let me know what the story is, I might just even allow you to like tell the story on my channel. But I'm not going to shout someone out. I don't know what it is. So, but I want you to see what he says right here. He's about to say it. He's going to jail. Yay! You want me to be happy for that? No, I'm not happy. See how the father got more sense than half the people in the chat that's talking that shit. And he's the one who lost the son, not you. But he got more sense. What does he say here? Let's
Guess what? Guess what? You can't make no more money. He's guilty. No more TikToks and debating. Oh my God, Mr. Metcalf is this. He did this. Oh my God, look, Karmelo's a little baby. He's innocent. No, he's fucking guilty. He's going to prison. Yay! Am I supposed to be excited? Guess what? I'm not. Because I don't promote and I don't accept. I feel sorry for that young man. He's fixing to live a living hell. Not that he doesn't deserve it. Yes, he does. But I'm human. And I'm sorry. I don't wish harm or ill will on anyone. It's not the Christian thing to do, man. It's not the way I was raised. It's not what I was taught. I don't know if it's right or wrong. I just know it is what it is. You be you, I'll be me. You stay in your lane, I stay in mine. I respect you, you respect me. We get along. We don't fight. We don't stab each other in the heart. If we have a disagreement, you know what? We can use words. And also, we can agree to disagree, and that's okay. But what's not okay is when you lose control and you do something that you can't take back. And now you're responsible. Let's open up for some questions, guys.
Okay. I know you've been under the gag order for the past year.
Before we get into the questions, I want to say this. Everybody keeps arguing the case. The case has been argued. Karmelo Anthony has been tried. He has been convicted of murder. Arguing the case in this chat ain't gonna do nothing. What's happening right now is Mr. Metcalf is finally, the gag order has been released, and he is finally telling everybody what's been happening behind the scenes, how he feels about it, how his son, how he feels about his son, raising his son, his emotions behind it, who he agrees with, who he doesn't disagree with. But for some reason, y'all feel like y'all want to be chat room lawyers. It's already been decided. What's the point of keep talking about? Yeah, he had a knife. Okay, we're done. He's already getting 35 years. What are y'all still talking about for that? That's a moot point. He already got his sentence. But what do you have to say about what he's saying right here? Because if it's not just, man, shouts out to, Mr. Metcalf for still being diplomatic in the face of racism and all this different stuff that's been going on, all this like stuff, and still being able to speak, and say, listen, I'm not happy. I feel sorry for that young man. He is fixing to face a living hell, but he still murdered my son. And so I still have to be honest about that. He's being honest. He is being very honest. Trust me. If it happened to my daughter, black, white, I don't care who did it, I would be on the warpath. I would not give a fuck. I wouldn't feel sorry for a goddamn thing. So shouts out to him for at least having some, because I wouldn't be feeling sorry for shit. Goodbye is so sad, nah, hey, goodbye. But, he still has humanity within him, and still, is able to sit here and still say, hey, I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy, but he did do what he did, and so I still got to at least say, look, took my son from me. Let's go.
And I really hope that this was some sort of release for you. 100%, that's what this was for.
He deserves
I'll
what
be
I'll
honest,
see. Yes, he does.
I'll be honest, it's very therapeutic. I will apologize for the colorful language.
I'm gonna say it again. I don't make money off this. Shut up. At best, I'll make like maybe 5 cents, 25 cents. People really think that these videos make money. They don't. It don't make no money. This is way more than just money for me. This is about being fair and honest. And when you have everybody talking on one side, nobody else is giving him, at least on YouTube. I see it on X, but I mean, where are the people on YouTube that are covering his part? The only thing they covered was when he said watermelon felon, and they cut it up, snipped it up to say what they want. But no, listen to the whole thing. He didn't. The context is the clue. So let's go.
I try to refrain from that, but this is the first time in over a year that I'm able to speak. And I feel like the muzzle has been taken off, and I'm a racehorse at the Kentucky Derby in the gates, just waiting for it to open. And, if I offended somebody tonight, I'm sorry, but get over it.
Thank you, Jeff. You certainly didn't offend me at any point. You have every right to say whatever you want to say. The first question I'm going to ask you, and this is a question that a lot of people have been asking me too, it's one of the biggest ones floating around, is do you plan on filing a civil suit?
To be honest, I can answer that question honestly. I do not know at this time what I'm going to do in the future. I was so focused on just getting through the trial. That was the biggest hurdle and the most weight on my shoulders and the most anxiety. So I really wasn't planning that far ahead. Is it an option? Yeah, I'll explore it. Is it worth my time? I don't know yet. Because realistically, I want to move on. I don't want to keep dragging things out. And if they spend all the money, there's nothing to get anyway. So I really don't care. Money's not going to bring my son back. Going after them, even if I bankrupt them or whatever, it's not going to bring my son back. And you have to learn forgiveness. And God's going to take care of the rest. Next question.
Okay, next question. And real quick for people who are requesting, if I don't know you, we're not accepting any requests. So if you want to ask a question, please ask in the purple pill. Or if you're on Rumble, obviously ask on Rumble. Next question is, they want you to talk about the swattings.
Oh my goodness, the swatting. Yeah. So the first time, first of all, there was a total of 6 for me and twice for Megan. The first time it happened to me, I was exiting physical therapy, which is only about 8 minutes from my house. I get to my car or my truck and I look down and I see my phone. It has 44 missed calls and 10 messages. My physical therapy only lasts for an hour. So I look down, I'm like, what in the world's going on? My phone.
You should be ashamed pushing misinformation. You're an embarrassment to the Black community. You're covering this man without who he really is. He has no right to file a suit. Disgusting. You know who he really is? He's Austin Metcalf's father. And I'm not pushing misinformation. I am giving his father a voice on my platform because I didn't see his voice being truly heard on others. I just got to see snippets of only a portion of what he said to make him look like a racist. And I said, well, let him say the whole thing. Let me play the whole thing. And let's put this, whatever he said, into context. So how is it misinformation if I play the entire thing? So yeah, he said watermelon felon. But what did he say after that? It's like almost reading the Bible and only like taking like a sentence out and you don't read what happened before or after the whole context of the whole sentence. And you just take this one little phrase out and you go and run with that. So what everybody was doing was, oh, he said watermelon felon. Oh, he said, I am a racist. I can show you videos where they cut it up. I'm a racist. Watermelon felon. Yeah. I think I'm gonna like show it to y'all in a second, like so y'all can see how people were framing what he was saying, like as if he was a racist. But what he's saying is that he's not a racist. He doesn't go along with the whole thing, but he's still mad his son's dead. The fuck? Like, hello? The shit was fucked up. Like, I don't agree with that, but goddamn, I'm not a racist. But see, I don't even, let me just be quiet. Let me just play. Let me continue to play it. Okay, let's go.
Rings. It's my son, Hunter. Dad, yeah. The police are looking for you. What? The police are looking for you. Where are you at? What do you mean? Call 911. What? Call them. Okay. So I call them. Mr. Metcalf? Yes. Are you at home? No, sir. I'm on my way home. I'll be there in 5 minutes. What's up? I turn the corner to my neighborhood, and there are 25 police cars that have surrounded the entire block, basically. I have a park behind me. There's no houses, a creek and a park. There are snipers in the park. There are snipers in my neighbor's trees. There are snipers down the street. There are a SWAT team. I pull up. I tell them I can open my door from my phone with my security system. I have cameras. Look, there's nobody in my house. I can see inside. I can see outside.
I think whoever
I can unlock the door for
Niabla
30
is
seconds
wilding
if
out
you want to make
too.
the
Like,
entry.
who's Niabla?
Yes, sir. Tell me when. Unlock. Boom. They
Please
come. They
listen.
sweep the house.
Listen, y'all, because it's distracting to me when I see people like attacking me when I'm just trying to be fair. If you see someone saying disrespectful things to me when I'm trying to be fair and let Mr. Metcalf speak his piece and tell you guys what happened behind the scenes on his side, and y'all can't take it because you two, racially charged, like just time them out, bro. Cause I can't focus when I would rather just hear what he got to say. But when I look over and people are like, "Oh, you're a coon," and that's crazy. She mad because she feeling guilty for hating the wrong thing. I don't hate anybody. I'm trying to be fair. Like, let me just. I'm going to close the chat. Listen, mods. I just hope that just y'all handle it because it's breaking my heart to see so many heartless people. That's crazy. People are just so heartless, bro. I don't get it, bro. I'm gonna close the chat. Mods, do what you will. If you see someone saying some stuff out the way, time them out. You ain't gotta delete them or ban them. Just time them out. Like, they don't need to speak for a second, bro. This guy lost his son. Have some respect, bro. For real. Let's go.
All this time, all my neighbors are freaking out because there's the presence of this many cops and lights and SWAT and snipers. It was like a scene from a movie, and it was crazy. So I'm like, what happened? Well, someone called and said there was a shooting inside your house. I was like,
see, people were swatting his house. Okay, no one wants to talk. So you're finally getting to hear from his side things that were going down. People attacking him for just being the father of the why did someone swat him? He didn't deserve what he's mourning his son. And who knows if this was on the black side or somebody on the white supremacist side that wanted to make it seem like it was some black people that did that shit. Who knows? I don't know. Because some people, you know what I'm saying, will do wild shit. But let's hear into this shit that
one of the biggest ones floating around is: do you plan on filing a civil suit?
To be honest, I can answer that question honestly. I do not know at this time what I'm going to do in the future. I was so focused on just getting through the trial. That was the biggest hurdle and the most weight on my shoulders and the most anxiety. So I really wasn't planning that far ahead. Is it an option? Yeah, I'll explore it. Is it worth my time? I don't know yet. Because realistically, I want to move on. I don't want to keep dragging things out. And if they spend all the money, there's nothing to get anyway. So I really don't care. Money's not going to bring my son back. Going after them, even if I bankrupt them or whatever, it's not going to bring my son back. And you have to learn forgiveness. And God's going to take care of the rest. Next question.
Okay, next question. And real quick for people who are requesting, if I don't know you, we're not accepting any requests. So if you want to ask a question, please ask in the purple pill. Or if you're on Rumble, obviously ask on Rumble. Next question is, they want you to talk about the swattings.
Oh my goodness, the swatting. Yeah. So the first time, first of all, there was a total of 6 for me and twice for Megan. The first time it happened to me, I was exiting physical therapy, which is only about 8 minutes from my house. I get to my car or my truck and I look down and I see my phone. It has 44 missed calls and 10 messages. My physical therapy only lasts for an hour. So I look down, I'm like, what in the world's going on? My phone rings. It's my son, Hunter. Dad, yeah, the police are looking for you. What? The police are looking for you. Where are you at? What do you mean? Call 911. What? Call them. Okay. So I call them. Mr. Metcalf? Yes. Are you at home? No, sir. I'm on my way home. I'll be there in 5 minutes. What's up? I turn the corner to my neighborhood, and there are 25 police cars that have surrounded the entire block, basically. I have a park behind me. There's no houses, a creek and a park. There are snipers in the park. There are snipers in my neighbor's trees. There are snipers down the street. There are a SWAT team. I pull up. I tell them I can open my door from my phone with my security system. I have cameras. Look, there is nobody in my house. I can see inside. I can see outside. I can unlock the door for 30 seconds if you want to make entry. Yes, sir. Tell me when. Unlock. Boom. They come. They sweep the house. All this time, all my neighbors are freaking out because the presence of this many cops and lights and SWAT and snipers. It was like a scene from a movie, and it was crazy. So I'm like, what happened? Well, someone called and said there was a shooting inside your house. I was like, well, can we catch them? What's the tech? So we'll try. Okay. That was the day, coincidentally, but I don't believe in coincidences, that I was kicked out of the press conference. Coincidence? Maybe. I don't think so. Then it continued. Second time, same thing. Oh my God. I think they brought the cavalry. It's nuts. Third time. At least now they call me. Are you home? Yes. Okay, we're outside. Come outside. 8, 9 cop cars, and I have to go outside and talk to them, show them I'm okay. Third, fourth, fifth time, now we're on first name basis. I tell them, hey man, next time y'all call, I have donuts and coffee ready. Cool. All right. It's becoming comical. The last time, as they were here, the person who swatted called me and I showed them the phone. Look, the number generates from the UK. This is how it works. It's real simple, folks. VPN, onion router, onion server. It doesn't matter. There are so many ways. Even I, myself, Mr. Old, don't know shit about tech, could do it. You can't find me. It bounces everywhere. You can't get the IP address. They trace it back to UK in Britain. So what do? They have to send it over to the Britain police to handle it. You think, what do they do with it? Okay. They can't catch it. 6 times. And I think Buffalo Face said I did it to myself. Really? How did you get that fat? You did it to yourself. That's how you got fat. How I get swatted? Your little piss-at disruptors? Your little army of people? Maybe it was your Black Panther friends. Ooh, y'all are so fucking tough. You talk a big fucking game, but really at the end of the day, you ain't shit.
Exactly. I didn't know that he was being swatted either, but if you don't allow the full thing to play and you only take snippets out of him being a racist, you never know what he was going through. That's exactly why I'm playing the whole thing. Shouts out to Dirty 5-6 Ace. You know what I'm saying? This is what he was going through, getting swatted, getting attacked by people, man. Have a heart. Let's go.
I'll scrape you off the heel of my boot. And normally, I don't normally attack people like this, but I have been cooped up and caged up in this anger. And this is something I'm trying to work on. I need to develop it and funnel it into a more constructive way. But tonight is the one time I'm going to allow myself. It's okay. Tonight, I'm going to allow myself to say what I really want to say. Because most of the time I don't say what I want to say because it's not correct. Just because you think something doesn't mean you believe it. Doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it wrong. Doesn't make it a fact either. Because all you believed, Karmelo was innocent. Newsflash, guilty, prison. You were wrong. Admit it. But no, what do you do now? Oh, there was no black jurors. You know why? Because you can't be unbiased, you dumb shits. If you answer the question, I can't send a black man to jail because he's black, you're not getting on the jury. You're so unintelligent, you can't even fill out a form correctly. You don't even know who your fucking daddy is because 78% of you don't have your father in the home anymore. You got baby mamas running around with 8 kids so they can get EBT cards to feed you all. You think I'm being racist? No, I'm being real. Because they ain't only black people. White people do the same shit. I'll call them out just as hard as I'll call you out. Anybody who doesn't work, who wants free government handouts, who wants to live in a socialistic society, move to fucking Russia. This is America. Be respectful of this country. We have many people who have fought and died for this country so you can run your mouth. Thank a veteran. They're the ones who lay their ass on the line for you, who sacrifice for you in this country. I didn't serve. I was not fortunate enough to. I wish looking back in my life, I wish I would have. But at the time when I was that age, my life was not all together. But those people who sign up voluntarily to defend your rights so you can run your mouth, you show them respect. You don't kneel for the national anthem. You respect that flag. You don't like this country? Guess what? You're free to leave. I'll even get you a fucking plane ticket. If you don't love this country and you're not patriotic, you have the free will to go somewhere else. Look, we change presidents every 4 years. If you don't vote, don't bitch. If you want something changed in your community, get off the couch. Quit watching TV. Be involved. Be present. The only way change occurs is by you putting in the effort. So don't complain when shit doesn't go your way, when you don't do anything about it. Don't bitch because Trump's president because you didn't vote. Don't vote for somebody based on skin color. But you'll jump on the side of a murderer for skin color. Do you know how stupid that really makes you look? I'm going to support somebody blindly, even though they did wrong. You're going to support someone who does something against the law. You're encouraging and saying it's okay because he's a certain color. Oh, you've got more melanin than me. Ooh, so you get more in privileges, more entitlement? Because 400 years ago, someone actually sold you to us and we took you over here and put you to work. And then we had a civil war to free your ass. And now you want to talk shit? Oh, I'm being so oppressed. You couldn't even vote 1960. Look how far you've come. Look at all the free shit we give you. You're not oppressed. You're fucking entitled. You know what DEI stands for? Yeah. Means I don't have to be fucking qualified. I just have to be a certain color or race or gender. Whose bright ass idea was that? I don't know about you, but when I grew up, there was no participation trophy. There wasn't a safe space created for me because my feelings were hurt. We had to take actual responsibility for our own actions. Wow, what a concept. If you want society to change, if you want a better place for your kids, then get involved in your kids' life, in your community, in your church. But don't sit on your couch and bitch when it doesn't go your way. Next question.
Can I ask a question real quick? Hey, Jeff?
Truth, we're trying to only take questions from the list here.
Okay.
Okay. Next question is.
I'm gonna say this. It sounds like to me like he have a lot of pent up shit. He said a lot of wild stuff. I ain't gonna lie. He didn't say. I got a little offended when he just said. But I'm gonna give it a pass because he lost his son and he's angry, and this is the first time he's getting to speak his piece, and he probably got a lot of pent up. But okay, here we go. Let's go. Much love.
Is there a way to contribute to the scholarship fund that is in memory of Austin?
Yes, there is. I believe it was posted at some point on my Facebook page. I know I dropped a $5,000 donation myself into it. Now, Megan, she needs to be credited. She was the one, and friends of hers who got that all set up. Also, Halo Pizzeria. Both boys and Megan worked there. That was not her full-time job. That's her second job. She's very successful with a home builder in the DFW area. So that's not her only job. But the owner, I believe her name's Karen.
I'm gonna say this is that he will say some wild shit and then he'll back it up with okay, but it's on the other side too. So he ain't just going in on black. He is kind of going in on us. But you gotta like, okay, whoo, okay, whoo, okay, you said that. But then he'll double back, but it ain't just y'all. So you gotta like respect the man who being 100% honest about what he see, how he see it. So people gonna say, "Oh, you a coon," whatever. Anybody know me? No, I ain't no goddamn coon. But he said it how he feel, and I feel like what, he gets all the passes in the world. He lost his son, and that's why we're doing this, is to allow him to say his piece, and it is what it is.
Very, very great individual, and has done fundraisers for Austin, and they were also instrumental with connecting with the school to set up the school scholarship fund that we did for Austin, and we did give it away this year. I think it was to Kayvon. I think it was Kayvon who got the scholarship this year, but it will continue every year. I will see if I can't find the link. I'll give it to Sarah, and she can repost it. Next question.
Okay. Next question. This is actually from a twin mom. She wants to know, did Austin and Hunter have their own language to communicate with each other?
Yes. Not only through verbal, but through also hand motions, some secret sign language. I'm not privy to it. We actually, when they were born, this is a true story. I had to take a permanent marker, and this was Hunter, and we would color in his his toenail black so we could tell them apart. Because you put them on the floor and they crawl around, it's like a shell game. Where did he go? I don't know. So we told Hunter he's Native American from the Black Toe tribe. But one thing is for real. We are Native American. I have my Indian card, and so do the boys. So if you want to talk about stolen land, yeah, that starts here. We were here before y'all were. They took all our land and put us on a reservation. They just brought you guys over on a boat. Next question.
Thank you, Jeff. The next question is, are you satisfied with the sentence that Karmelo Anthony received? Do you believe Austin has received justice?
That's a real easy question for me to know. Hell no. What is justice? Justice for me is when Austin walks through that door and can hug me. That's how long.
He said, I'm Native American. They just brought y'all over here on a boat. Now, I don't agree with that. There were people that was here already. For those in the back that don't understand it, there were already people here, that everybody didn't get brought over here on a boat. There are some people that did, but everybody wasn't. There was people already here. So maybe a little bit misinformation on his part, but he's mad. He's saying what he got to say. Okay, well, I'm listening. Okay.
He should stay in jail until my son comes back through that door. Do I think justice was served? No. There's all types of justice. Street justice, legal justice, but no justice. No. Austin will never come back through that door again. That boy, he has the ability right now, actually, to be out before he's 40. He can still have a life and kids. You tell me, you think that's justice? Nah. No, I'm not happy with the sentence. No, there was no justice served. It's a process that we have in place to control our society. They're called laws, and we have to abide by them. I'm no different than anybody else. I have to abide by them too. So whatever decision the court made, I have to abide by, whether I like it or not. Life.
That's an entire different podcast, guys. This is we can talk about who was really here, but that's getting on the side note. We're not gonna veer off. He said what he said, and he's sticking by it, but we gonna respect it. He lost his son, guys. Everything he might be just you know what I'm saying. He free flowing with it. He you know what I'm saying. He's free. He's talking. He's freestyling. So let's just give him like his space. He have not been able to speak for almost a year and a half, 2 years. He finally get to say what he want to say, and whatever. You know what I'm saying? So just bear with him. He might be saying some things that might offend you, but we gonna at least listen. He lost his son. We're gonna give him a pass, bro. Because if I lost my son, I'm gonna be saying all type of wild shit. Honey, white people gonna be all type of Neanderthals and everything. I'm gonna go deep with it. From the Caucasus Mountain, in the cave of the Caucasus Mountains. If a white person killed my child, they gonna be from the inside depths of the cave of the Caucasus. You understand what I'm saying? So okay, we need to like understand it's both sides. You can't be mad because you know damn well if we had to, if it was the other way around, we'd be talking about all kind of crackers and all this other stuff. Trust me. So let's not pretend like we ain't fixing to be all, like trust me. If it was the other foot, hell, they was already doing it. They're already doing it, and he lost his son. They already called him crackers and Neanderthal. There was a dude out there tomorrow. Only good crackers a dead crack guy. But the guy that was doing that, saying that, he lost his son to like some kind of either police brutality. So he took a plane to come to this trial to talk about what he to do all that bullshit. So we can't be mad when he say what he said because honey, there was a whole dude dressed up with black kente cloth with an African medallion on and everything, old as hell, probably like 60 some years old. Only good crackers a dead cracker. He was going back and forth with Jason Lang sitting outside. He called the police a cracker. He called everybody a cracker. So we can't listen. What's good for the goose got to be good for the gander. He said that, he said what he said. It is what it is. He lost his son. We got to have some grace. I'm sorry. I mean, I know it's hard to swallow. It's a lot of people. Listen, when you're around white people, they think of life in a certain way. When you're around black people, they think of life in a certain way. We say, hey, we was here all the time. They think that they was here all the time. This is a white country. We say, well, we was here before y'all. Only some of us got brought over into like FBA, foundational Black American. So listen, this is not that conversation. When you bring it into race, that's where you get a problem. Now I don't know why he went there with it, but I think he's upset. He's mad. Let him go.
It's kind of like a shit sandwich. No matter how much bread you got, it still tastes like shit when you eat it. Next question.
Do you think that Karmelo Anthony ever showed any form of remorse?
Zero. None whatsoever. The family who continue to spread lies. Kevin, hey, Mr. fucking Squeaky. You're silent all of a sudden. Where'd you go, bro? Huh? Thought you'd come visit me. You're the only one without a criminal record. I mean, you can cross straight lines and not worry. Come on. I promise. All my ARs are locked up. You're safe here. What about all you other grifters who want to jump on board? All y'all think since you have a phone and a voice that you're important? Oh, look at me. I have a platform. I got followers. That's your life. That's your identity. Good for you. If it works for you, hey, man, that's your gig. Cool. Doesn't bother me until you bring it in my lane. You bring your shit in my lane, I'm going to run your fucking ass over. You understand that?
Lord.
Don't underestimate old man. Anybody seen Dirty Harry? Clint Eastwood? Anybody know who that is? If you're old, you do. Yeah. Make my day. Make my day, motherfucker. Next question.
The next question is, why didn't the prosecution call anyone for statements before sentencing? Why?
To be honest, I was kept in the dark a lot to preserve the integrity of the case from the DA. So I was pretty much only notified when stuff was actually fixing to happen that was going to affect me. So I really don't know the answer to that question. Next question.
Okay. Next question. This next one is not a question. They think that you should run for governor.
Thank you, but I will tell you this right now. There are too many skeletons in my closet. Somebody knows where a couple of the bodies are buried, so I can't. So I'm really not into politics. Like I said, this wasn't about race. Please don't politicize it. Besides, politicians, most of the time when their mouth is moving, they're lying.
They also believe that you should start a podcast, but maybe we could talk about that another time. Well, go ahead now.
I have been approached for documentaries, books, podcasts, speaking appearances, and I really don't know what I'm going to do. I haven't decided. Like I said, my whole focus was on this trial. That was my finish line. And now that I've reached it, I need to take a little time to decompress, get my head screwed on straight, and figure out what I am. How can I best contribute to society? What is it I can do to help? Because I told you, when things happen in your life, your priorities change. Like when I had cancer, one of the things, and I will recommend this. This was a movie I saw many years ago, and it changed my life. It's called Pay It Forward. And I still do it to this day. I did it this morning, matter of fact. I took my mom to breakfast. We were eating breakfast. This 81-year-old man walks in with his little service dog. He sits down. He has a Charlie Kirk shirt on, Marine veteran hat. He looks over. I said, "Hey, man, I like your shirt." And I said, "Hey, you vet?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "I appreciate your service." First thing he says is, "I'm sure glad that trial's over." So I don't really want to speak across the room. So I get up and walk over to the man. And I said, "I am too." I said, "I'm Austin Metcalf's father, Jeff Metcalf." And I had this shirt on. He said, "I know who you are. I just want to extend my condolences to you. I'm so sorry." Before I left, I told the waitress, "Come here. I want to pay for this man's breakfast. Do not tell him until after we're gone. I'm not looking for recognition. But you watch the movie, Pay It Forward. It will impact you. Maybe not the same impact it had on me. I don't know. But I know it changed my way of thinking forever." Now, I've done this numerous times because, one, I'm not looking for recognition. I don't tell people about it. I don't broadcast it. I damn sure don't go live with it. It ain't about me. It's about you paying it forward. I've done it in Starbucks line. "Hey, car behind me. I got it. Cool." I can tell you another story. 6 years ago, I took my boys out. We ate at Outback Steakhouse. There was a young lady over there, and she was in tears. I don't know why she was distressed. I have no clue. I asked the waitress, "Hey, I want to pay for her meal just after we're gone." 4 months later, we go back to the same restaurant. Me and my boys. Waitress goes, "I know you." At first, I was a little panicked. "Oh, God, I don't remember you. Did I take you out? I'm so sorry. I don't remember your name." No. She goes, "You're the guy who paid for that woman's meal." And I said, "Yeah, that was me." Her husband had just passed away from cancer. I didn't know how to respond. Like, I had no idea. And she goes, "I know. But what you did, what you showed me, touched me to where I do what you do now." So what do you mean? You pay it forward too? She goes, "Is that what it's called?" I said, "Well, there's a movie, and yes, that's the way I refer to it, is I pay it forward. I don't look for recognition. I help. If I see a situation where I can help, I just do it. You don't need my name. I don't need a picture. God sees. God sees all. It's who I am. You know what? It makes me feel good at night so I can sleep because I'm a good person for the most part. There is a side of me that you don't want to see, but I know exists. I buried it a long time ago, and I keep it buried because if it ever comes out, somebody's gonna get hurt, and that's not me. I don't want to do that. Next question.
So while we're like about to wrap this up, so he's getting to the last of his questions. I did put the StreamYard link. If anyone wants to come up that has a reasonable statement to make, the link is in the chat. It has to be reasonable. So we're not going to be doing a bunch of racist stuff. This is not a racist podcast. This is not our racism. But if you want to, like, just say anything, that is positive about the situation. I don't even know what could be positive about this, but like, I don't know. But leave racism out of it and let's focus on like how you feel about what he said today, the things he went through, you know, that we didn't know about, you know, I didn't know he did this, you know, just about the facts, not so much about the racial aspect, because this we need to like cut that out. So let's go.
How do you feel about the rumor being spread that you're friends with the judge and the DA?
I really thought it was very funny because the picture they posted was at my friend's house. We all grew up in Louisville. We all know each other. We all still stay in touch. It was a Christmas party of my friend's house here in Frisco, and every single person in that picture called me and said, "Why are we on the internet?" I'm like, "I don't know. You're supposed to be the judge. You're supposed to be the DA." They're like, "What?" I'm like, "Dude, these people will spin shit into gold. I don't know how they do it. They believe themselves. So I don't know what they smoke, but it must be some really high quality shit because I have no idea where they can come up with this crap." As far as me knowing the judges and the DAs, hell, if I did that, we wouldn't be waiting a year and a half for a trial. Your ass be going to prison in about 3 weeks. So I have no pull, no association. I've never met them before. And, make up some more shit, whatever.
Okay, and you don't have to answer this question if you don't want to. Was it Hunter's choice to not attend the majority of the trial?
Okay, first of all, if you're a witness in the trial, you cannot be in the courtroom. The defense had the ability to call him as a witness at any time. The prosecutor did not need Hunter's testimony to convict. I did not want my son subjected to reliving that moment and being asked questions by the defense who would try to break him down. And as a father, I don't know if I would stand by and let that happen. I would probably be in jail. So we didn't need his testimony, first of all, to convict. Secondly, the defense had every opportunity to call him. The only reason he was in that courtroom because we were doing victim impact statements, sentence and verdict were already rendered. Then he was allowed in. That's why. And I'm damn glad he wasn't allowed in to witness and hear the bullshit and the smearing and I know it's the damn defense attorney's job, but he is a dipshit liar and tries to bore it into the jury's head. He's 130 pounds. It was raining. Shut the fuck up.
I agree 100%. The next two questions are very similar, so I'm going to actually kind of ask both of them. The first question is there anything you would change with the justice system? And a second question I have is, do you plan on working with local legislators to create any law that may possibly be named after Austin?
This is what I learned in my journey. Texas Tort Claim Act gives public schools in Texas sovereign immunity. They can't be held responsible. You can't sue them. And if you do, luckily somehow find a way in, it's capped at $100,000. That's not even going to pay your damn attorney. Do you think our school system should have carte blanche and don't have to abide by the rules of, hey, we're not responsible. We have sovereign immunity. If you believe that, you're going to believe that you can send your kid to school every day and they're going to come home alive. Ask the kids' parents in Uvalde. Could they sue? No. 19 kids shot to death. Who's responsible? They tried to pin it on a SRO officer who was a scared pussy and ran away.
See, what he's saying is that this is everything with the school and not so much about the race. His battle is the school. Why didn't the school have certain things set in place? But guess what? He said he's capped at 100,000 if he says, like, if he tries to sue them.
Wish and hope. If we start a movement to have some legislation changed, it's going to take, like I said, getting off the couch, getting off your ass, and putting in the work. Do I want the law changed? Hell yes. The thing about Texas, they don't reconvene till 2027, and that's when Congress revenes. So we still have 7 months to get our ducks in a row, to line up our mission, to get our backing. Do you want it changed? You tell me, guys. I'll be your voice. If you want me to be your voice, I will stand up and yell. We want this changed. You want to back it? You want your kids to be safe? You want them to go to school and come home? You want to be responsible and be held accountable? for what they do, 8 hours a day, to be honest, those teachers spend more time with your kids than you do. But yet we don't pay teachers shit. Why?
Let me tell you something. He's the first parent, even with Karmelo Anthony's parents, that actually looks at the school. No one has been talking about the school system. I talked about the school system. I was like, okay, what's up with the coaches? Why wasn't they there? No one's talking about the obvious thing here. He's the only parent I've heard bring up the school.
Why? But we'll pay an attorney $1,000 an hour to talk shit. I don't know about you guys. I'll be honest. I'm not saying.
Oh no, I think we lost it.
The video keeps crashing out.
Hour to talk shit. I don't know about you guys. I'll be honest. I've only met one attorney I've liked in my entire life. One. His name's Bill Worski.
Okay, everyone. The video froze again, so we're going to fix that really quick. I'm going to ask 2 more questions, and then because it is getting late, it's almost 11 o'clock, and I know that everyone is tired, and I know Jeff is tired. I know Jeff is exhausted, actually. So 2 more questions, and then I'm going to ask you, Jeff, if there's anything else after those 2 questions, if there's anything else you want to say before we close up for the night. Let's give SIP just a minute to fix the video stream. Jinx, is it back up?
They must have been running out of battery power. Sorry.
The video keeps crashing out. If we can't get it back, it's okay. We're towards the end. He's going to try one more time. Oh, okay. It's going in now.
It's opening a bunch of same time.
Yeah, it looks like it's crashing. Okay. We don't really need the camera for this part. We're just going to move on. Okay. Jeff, the next question I have is, are you upset that the mainstream media immediately push a racial narrative around the case, creating division and unrest before people even had a clear understanding of the facts?
I'm not for sure if it was the mainstream media. I think it was more of the activists getting on the mainstream media. The job of the reporters was just to report on what people were saying, and the people, particularly Dominique Alexander, who can't speak truth if his life depended on it, but he'll give you an infomercial for NGAN anytime you want. Outside of that, no, I don't really blame the media, but I will say this. Legacy, do your homework, guys. Legacy Group, they own all major news outlets. What's their political affiliation? They're left-leaning, okay? So, and I'm not saying Republican or Democrat. I don't really give a shit. I'm not really a political person. I have my views and opinions, but I'm not actively involved in politics, nor do I have a desire to be. But at the end of the day, you have to look yourself in the eye and understand, where are you at? What are you going to do next? So that's where you stand. What's your next step? What's your next course of action?
Last question is, how are you doing and how can we pray for you?
God has protected me through this entire journey. I'm exhausted mentally, physically, spiritually, but I'm still fine. One of my favorite bands, the Red Clay Strays. I'm still fine. It's probably one of my favorite songs, along with Down on My Knees and Wondering Why. Those guys, when they came to town, invited me and Hunter to meet them backstage and speak with them personally. We got there 3 hours before the show, and we got to be able to meet the band, speak with the band, and they prayed with us. We didn't ask, they offered. These guys, they were telling me in 2020, Brandon Coleman was driving Uber trying to make $100 a day. They didn't know if they were going to make it as a band. But you know what? These people were real. They were humble. They weren't some, oh, look at me, I'm a big rock star, big head. You know, they were so down to earth, and they were so amazing. During the concert, Brandon Coleman, the lead singer, sits down in front of the piano and says, I want to talk to you people about this song that I wrote that I've never played before. And it's going to go out to a man and his son tonight that I spoke to before the concert about the loss of his twin brother. everybody in the arena all of a sudden knew who I was. And he sang this song. And I told him before that their music is healing for me. It helps me heal. So outside of that, I'd say go and listen to these guys, and now they've made it big time, won many awards and things like that. So outside of that, I'd say music has helped me heal, and moving forward, I will continue to heal.
Awesome. Thank you, Jeff. We're going to close it out. Is there anything that you want to close out with? Is there any last thoughts that you have?
Well, all I want to say is thank you again for allowing me to voice my feelings and opinions on as what has transpired over the last 14 months. Prayers. I mean, just pray for Megan, pray for Hunter, pray for myself. Give glory to God. Live your life as Christ-like as you can. No one's perfect. None of us are. But I think if you get a good foundation and you teach your children right from wrong and give them a moral compass, they have the ability to take themselves further in life and develop into a piece of society that contributes something. And I wish and pray that our racial divide in this country gets smaller rather than wider. I hope that we learn to love more than we love to hate. I can only speak for myself, but I know I'm doing my part. I'm just asking everyone else to do theirs. I love y'all. Thank you for all the support for people who are out there who have sent the text messages, the emails, the cards, the thank yous. I cannot tell you how much I am so appreciative of all the support of everyone who stood behind me during this most trying time of my life. And, I guess, that's all I really can say is thank you. There's no other way. I'm very humbled. And once again, I hope I answered your questions. I hope you have all the answers you need. I'll try to be as open and as forthcoming as possible. I'm sure there's going to be some feedback on this, and I'm open to it all, good, bad, or indifferent. I'm still here, and I'm still fine. Thanks again.
Thank you so much, Jeff. And they're going to try to spin whatever it is, basically everything you said on this space. But I know that the majority of people are appreciative that you are here. And we love you, and we care about you, and we're praying for you, and we stand with you and your whole family. Jinx, would you like to go ahead and close us out?
Absolutely.
Oh, real quick, Jeff. Some people are asking how they can follow you on social media.
Unfortunately, at this time, I have over 2,000 friend requests. I do not take anyone I do not know at this time. Maybe later on when things cool down and when people aren't actively trying to sabotage or take photos from my personal account to use for their own monetary value, then maybe I'll open it back up. But realistically, and I'll say this, I'm not trying to put this on you, Sarah, but if Sarah vets you, then maybe I'll consider you. But outside of that, if you just send me a blind friend request, I am not going to accept it. And that's just only for my protection, my family's protection, and anybody else who is friends with me, because they have been targeted just because they're friends of me. So at this time, I'm sorry, but there is a way. We'll figure it out, but not right now.
And that's fine, and that's understandable, and that's fine. I have no problem helping with that. Yep, Jinx, if you want to go ahead and close this out, thank you, Jeff, for being here so much. Jinx, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to Jeff for coming on, and then also Sarah, thank you for helping facilitate this. I know Sippy and I are very happy to have been able to host this and help give that platform to Jeff. And we will be back on Sunday, 8 p.m. Central, same time, same place, X and Rumble, but we will also be on YouTube and Twitch for our normal streams. So thank you, everybody. Sippy, glad to see you finally joined us. So have a wonderful rest of your week, everybody. God bless.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you,